on that too. He's working on it himself. He doesn't have a mechanical, license, electrical administrator's card, or anything like that. And he's tackling this project. And he doesn't know what he's getting into.
Well, that's a bit of a presumption, I would say, Dan, to suggest that about someone if you maybe don't know him personally, or making a presumption. So I just assume we not go down that road. Okay. Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Naxton?
I'm confused. You can't, you're talking about a hotel. I remember the Spur Hotel when it was on the Spur and went down there, and maybe that's, but now you're saying that it's being renovated to not be a hotel, it's something else. So is that it's not an occupancy, it's not nobody's gonna be living in there? Or
Well,
what,
it's, he's gonna live in one end of it, see?
so like a home?
Yeah,
It's a home with a business attached?
I believe.
Well, well, yeah, I don't really have a visual of what the building looks like. You say it's a detractant, and I don't know, maybe it didn't get, some of it isn't painted, you said? That was the only thing I followed from the visual of it. Why is it a detriment to the neighborhood?
It's boarded up,
The windows?
yeah,
Oh.
and doors,
Yeah.
keep the vandals out, yeah, you know, the fellow's working on it. So, you know,
Yeah.
but what I don't want to see is next, to be right here again, and this project not being finished. And the city saying, hey, you know, our hands are tied legally, we issued this permit. It's a little bit more involved than the owner and we realize. In the meantime, me down there, I'm suffering. It's costing everybody down there.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Also appreciate your comments, Mr. Sturchy. I have a question for legal. I was wondering if there was a code limitation on the number of extensions that can be granted on a building permit.
Mr. Bloom?
Thank you. I don't know. I know typically we'll at least give a 1-year extension, pretty par for the course. I think they go, I think we're pretty liberal with how many extensions we'll give as long as there's progress being made. I don't have the code in front of me, but I can look it up and get back to council.
Thank you.
I guess following through on that. Oh, did you have another question, Vice Mayor Malloy?
Not a question, just a comment. I think, you know, Mr. Sturchy's point has been well made, you know, to administration who has the first crack at extensions. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess to follow on with Vice Mayor Malloy's comments is maybe Mr. Bloom is there, can you set benchmarks within that time frame for the building permit, like knowing that, hey, this has to get done before you move on? I mean, that's what I guess that would, for me, quantify some level of progress. So I just wondered if there was, Mr. Bloom, if there was something that you could put into the permit that sort of captures that.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think ultimately what we want, what everybody wants, including the owner of the building, is for it to be finished. Paul and I went and visited the site this week just to familiarize ourselves with it, and the owner was there working on it. They got new roofing trusses up. So I think we want to work with the owner to get it done, and I think that's what Mr. Sturchy wants as well, probably.
Very good. Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you. I guess I would just, I know that there's other businesses in town and issues that have happened through the years, and so I guess I would just ask the city manager to give us a written, you know, synopsis of this particular case and what's happening and what is the potential. I also want people to keep in mind that, you know, even when individuals are doing it, and especially this year with the COVID-19, and they could get sick and put themselves behind. You know, I like the fact that our city works with the different people. So because of this, there could be another year extension, but if it's not in code or if it's not allowed, there might need to be an emergency if it qualifies or quantifies for the opportunity, if they're actually doing things and moving. Again, I don't know exactly what the exact code says, but maybe we can just get a report so we understand it a little better, and that way, if you are back in front of us or that, they'll know we're tracking that and that the public has some concern, and we normally try to follow code, so I'm hoping that the city manager, I don't want it at the next meeting, but at the first meeting in August or second would be sufficient for me to just get a understanding of where this is at and where it's going, and maybe they'll have time to have talked to the owner again and things like that, and just find out what people are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other, Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, yeah, just a process question. When work is being performed on a commercial building, of course, there's a higher standard of care with that. Certain functions have to be completed, administered, signed off by folks with a standard of licensing and competency. Is that in our permit that we have issued now?
Thank you.
Mr. Bloom.
Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Glendenning. My understanding is that there's an exception for an owner-builder, and that an owner-builder isn't necessarily held to the same standards as somebody who was contracting out the work that those contractors would have to have.
Okay,
Mr.
well,
Glendenning.
that brings a follow-up question, if I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that is true, but there has to be a certain standard if it's to be a commercial building with the general population.
So, sorry, Mr. Glendenning. So we will do our building inspector will go out and make sure that the building meets the required safety standards. And I believe our building inspector has been to the site and done inspections.
So we are signing off and warrantying the work that's going on
We don't warranty the work, no, but we go and inspect it.
and sign off
And what?
and sign off on certain, on that, like on that electrical rewire or plumbing, anything like this, that what is our legal obligation to do that? Just show up and give a blessing, or is there a sign off for commercial property?
So if our building inspector notes that things are not up to the specific standards, he will require them to be fixed, although he doesn't necessarily stay there to make sure that they're fixed. I mean, we have one building inspector for the entire city. He goes and looks at the rebar, but he doesn't stick around when the concrete's poured necessarily.
But at some point in time, all of these things have to be signed off on. Any electrical rework, any plumbing, anything of that nature that requires a licensed contractor to do if the owner had not done it, we should have to acknowledge and verify that the work is up to standard, is up to code for the city.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Maloney?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I agree with Councilmember Navar's request for a report sometime in August.
Very good. Any other questions of Mr. Sturchy?
No, I just learned a lot, thank you.
And is there a fire marshal inspection or certification also?
Thank you. Yes, our fire marshal will go out and do an inspection before a certificate of occupancy is issued for a public building.
Very good, thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Sturchy? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sturchy. Next, we move to unscheduled public comments. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the council at this time on any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda? Please come forward and give your name and address for the record, please.
My name is David Lee. I reside at 404 Candlelight Drive, Apartment A, I am the owner of the business, Alaska Vertical Farms. We own the property that's being discussed. I wish I'd have known more about what was going on. This is a little new to me. Currently, we are not renovating this building to be a motel, a hotel, or a hostel. It is being reconstructed to support a new type of business. Our business is listed as an indoor growery. I know there's been some questions about that. We do not grow weed. We do not plan on growing weed or anything like that. We've got two main goals for our company. The first, for people at home, if you Google industrial vertical farms, and click on images, you'll get an example about what we want to accomplish. We'll be producing 27 different kinds of lettuce and romaine, both red and green varieties. We'll be producing over 30 different kinds of microgreens, sprouts for local restaurants and stores. Any overrun will be picked up by DiTomaso and Cisco to be distributed in Anchorage as they please. Goal number 2, the most important one. Our goals are to serve God with this business by sponsoring Christ-centered ministries. Ministries like Preborn. Preborn builds free clinics next to Planned Parenthood facilities. They offer free sonograms to young pregnant teenagers, some young as 12. They give biblical-based counseling for motherhood and child raising. They also sponsor new mothers with newborn babies. 80% of the women that go there who are considering an abortion change their mind after hearing their baby's heartbeat. We aim to, our company aims to use 50% of the profits to support such ministries. Now, this is a speech that I had prepared because I didn't know what I was going to be getting into. There are some things I would like to address. I did get this letter about 44 minutes ago. And I can understand the concerns in here. The one thing that I would like to point out, though, I have 2 small children. And this whole thing about open burning lead paint and asbestos, I can tell you does not happen. Okay, I have a degree in instrumentation and process. I came up here to get those degrees, and I can tell you the safety things they teach you in there and the things that you learn on the job, you take lead and asbestos seriously. So I can tell you none of that has ever taken place. As for personal experiences and stuff, I've been around long enough to have done industrial and commercial wiring as well as residential. I know what I'm looking for. I know what I need to do. I have a lot of Christian friends who are in the building industry up here, and they give me a lot of advice. And for this property, personally, this is the first time I've owned property in city limits. So I don't do anything without getting their advice. And if I need to have them sign off on things, they will sign off on them. I just wish that Dan, did I get your name right? Keep going on. I just wish he'd at least come to me and talk to me about this. I would have been happy to at least try to accommodate things. I will say this, the doors and windows are not boarded up. There are some doors that have been removed and filled in with plywood. We've already went out and got about 60 some odd feet of siding that's already painted. There's some trim that we're going to paint up before we put it on. That siding will be on in the next 2 weeks. Hopefully the roof will have its metal plating on within the next 3 to 4 weeks. We will do what we have to follow the rules, stay in the guidelines, and do what is needed. So, and I hope to have a company web address up here soon so that we can communicate with the public and address these kind of concerns. I've had a lot of concerns with people looking up the business license and seeing indoor growery and they don't want another weed place, and that's understandable. You know, my neighbor's a weed grower, and yeah, you can smell everything they do over there, you know. But anyway, that's my spiel, and we're here to follow the rules. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay, so Mr. Lee, let me ask probably a question that most of the council's wondering about. What's your confidence level of being able to meet the requirements of the permit in 14 months?
It would be pretty tough. The problem that I'm having, it's not so much the funding, it's not so much credit. If I was to go get funding from a bank, the problem is my license and what we're doing is listed as an indoor growery. And when you go to a federal bank, it's still a federal crime to support those kinds of organizations. I cannot get a loan because of that. They immediately terminate any kind of grant or trying to get a loan. But I can tell you as an instrument tech, the money that I make, every dime that we make goes into that building. And we will continue to go and work on it until it is done. I wish I had more I could say on that. I
Okay.
don't have any more information.
Fair enough. And I guess where I was going with is there, some of the concern seems to be from the, I haven't driven down that road in quite a while, to be quite honest with you. I couldn't tell you an opinion one way or the other, but I think the complaint seems to be more about the appearance of the place. So, I mean, is there a way you can sort of address the appearance before
Yes.
getting, sort of moving on down the road? Or?
We can do that. And I've had several talks with Mike. Mike has come out, and we've talked about that. That's one of the reasons why we went out and bought all the siding that we bought, to take care of that. One of the things about a growery, when you are, as an instrument tech, you're going to control all your lighting and your temperatures and your water and all that. You don't want any outside lighting coming in. So other than no windows, we went out of our way to pick out a nice design, make it a respectable building. I can tell you, since we bought the property, we've cleaned it up a lot. That yard was horrible. The hand railing on the second or the first floor roof they were using for a patio, all that's been removed. It's been cleaned up. When the siding goes on, that'll look nice. I need to look to see what the rules are on fencing off the property. It's listed as general commercial. If putting up a fence so that they don't see the eyesore, I can understand that. We could probably accommodate that. Yeah, whatever we need to do, if we can do it, I'll do it. That's not a problem.
Thank you. Is there any other, Councilman Glendinning?
Yes, I have a question about what appears to be an auxiliary building. It's yellow, and
Yes.
that's not part of your project, is it? And is it
It's not a part of the
is it
project.
going to stay there?
It depends on how soon I can get to it, whether it gets tore down or not. I don't have any plans for the building, and it wasn't yellow. It was actually a very obscene Pepto-Bismol pink color that we went out and painted the last, I want to say about 10 days ago. We went and got some nice tan color and painted it because it really
Yeah.
was hideous. There's no denying that.
Yeah. There's no purpose for that structure.
Currently, no. We are personally, we're using it for storage, but it is ugly. What's scary is I'd hate to tear it down only for everybody to see the stuff that's behind it in the other guy's yard. So
Yeah, well, that's not your problem.
yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about where you're at, and
Right,
and
right.
you know,
And it would
my
also
my
be a
my,
big
under,
hole
my
in the
understanding the little bit I know about it is that that building is the Pepto-Bismol building is
Yeah.
is a big source of concern also. And
Concern as in structurally or?
yeah, structurally, yeah, I appeal, what's use and all of that. So
We may be able to deal with that soon.
it's just
I'm kind of biting my tongue because I don't know what's going to be called for it right now. A lot of this just comes out on prayer, and people come up to us with good
Yeah.
ideas, and we run with it if we can, if it's a decent idea.
Well, okay, I would suggest if you're an instrument hand, which I have some schooling in that, you're used to projects, you have a scope,
Yes.
okay?
Yep.
You have a timeline, you have milestones along that timeline, okay? And when you hit a milestone, you don't go back and rework what you did,
Correct.
okay?
Hopefully.
So, all right, yeah, hopefully, unless it's unsafe,
Yes.
okay, environmentally messed up or inoperable.
Yes.
Okay,
And
now, if you agree with that, then I think you will have a good project.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty fun. In the instrument side of that, yeah, knowing what needs to be done, yeah. I know there's a lot, it didn't look like anything was going on for a while. a lot of the work was being done underneath. We did level the floors. The building was built in somewhere in 53, so it's about the earthquake amazingly. But all the piping, there used to be 10 apartments in there and 11 living quarters upstairs. The building is 123 or 32 feet long. Going in there with a crawl space with a Sawzall to take out enough piping for 10 apartments, that's a lot of sinks and toilets and, yeah, there's a lot of work that's been done, it's just not work to be seen, other than cleaning up the yard and cleaning up some of the appearance. We will be getting siding on it. Yeah.
Just one more thing, just, well, we've talked about, a plan and what you're going to do. Is just come up with a rough cut plan. And if you have a question or about what planning and zoning regs and rules are, we're open here. And work with our building inspector, okay? And try and keep progress notes and all of that, and that will certainly help in any discussion we have in the future.
One thing that I do is I document everything with pictures. So if you guys want to see what's been done so far, I can deliver on that.
If Mike knows, that's good for us.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Lee? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate you
Thank you.
coming here this evening. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to address the council at this time on any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda?
If anybody is on Zoom that wants to speak to anything that's not on the agenda or the consent agenda, you can press *9 and raise your hand. Mayor Gabriel, nobody's raising their hands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move on to public hearings. First up, we have item D1, ordinance number 3127-2020, repealing and replacing Kenai Municipal Code Title VI, elections to provide clarity, process improvements, and increase voter accessibility through vote-by-mail elections. This is sponsored by Councilmember Peterkin, and there's a clerk's note at the June 3rd meeting. This item was postponed to this council meeting. A motion to adopt is on the floor.
I'd like to introduce ordinance number 3127-2020.
Well, it's on the floor, Council. Yeah, so we're ready to the engine started. You just got to pop the clutch on this one. So, oh, sorry. Is there anyone from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3127-2020?
If anybody on Zoom wants to speak about ordinance 3127, go ahead and *9 or activate your raise hand feature on Zoom. Nobody is raising their hands.
Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So what I was trying to accomplish with this was, and with the help of Jamie, was to take a look at if the vote at the borough happens, which we think it's going to happen possibly, to decide on this, that we would look at our 3 precincts at the Kenai, what the Kenai voters decide, and then if they decide they like the mail order or mail vote by mail, we would go that way. If not, if they decide they like to vote in person, we go that way. It just kind of gives us the ability to do that. That's what this says. So I kind of figured that we would just listen to our voters and the people and utilize the work and efforts of the committee and what Jamie put into this.
So, Councilmember Peterkin, if I understand you correctly, at some point after discussion, you might be proposing an amendment to postpone to, or make a motion to postpone till sometime after we understand if there's the time frame where they would certify a referendum for the borough ballot. Is that correct?
Yeah, and with the caveat that we would be looking at how the 3 precincts in Kenai voted. Do I have that correct, Jamie?
Ms. Hines?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. On August 19th, we'll know if it's going to go to the ballot or not. And so then on August 19th, you would be able to amend it to enact it based on how the voters voted in October.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, just a point of order. In a memo here, there was a recommendation postponing ordinance 2137-2020 to the August 19th meeting. Is that what you're moving?
Yeah, well-
We haven't made the motion at this time, but I mean, we can have discussion, I think, and then come back to that. I think I was just trying to get a sort of, just clarify what Councilmember Peterkin intent was there, so. Any other discussion on ordinance number 3127-2020? Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yeah, I understand what Councilmember Peterkin's intent is, and, I'm going to support a postponement when that's put on the floor. When we had our earlier discussion, I had indicated in some interest in a short-term amendment of our code to allow mail-in voting, but not change how we do precincts or absentee, because of the COVID-19 situation. But I've been so busy, I didn't have an opportunity to talk to the clerk about, whether that would be practical or not, how much extra work that would be, and there may be no interest, by council in that, because it's sort of a parallel, but it doesn't go where this ordinance goes. I don't want to start work that wouldn't be supported or that might not be practical as far as the clerk is concerned, because I don't know the mechanics of that. Because I was looking for, our own municipal election coming in October, it would be for something for that. So maybe the clerk could speak to that if the mayor doesn't have an issue with that, or, because if it's not something of interest, then there's no point in pursuing that.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy, and I will call on the clerk, because we did have a conversation about, at the very least, expanding, advertising for folks to do absentee if that's what they like to do. But at this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Hines so she can probably more clearly explain it than I can. Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I spoke with the borough clerk in the past few days, and she is seeking direction from the assembly to mail a by-mail application to all registered voters so that they may apply for an absentee ballot this year, and vote by mail if they were to apply for it. And then we would still have all the precincts open as well. Of course, moving them out of fire stations and senior centers and other buildings, trying to combine in some situations. And so if she is directed to mail an application, there's a box on her application that they can check to also receive a city ballot by mail. And she shares those applications with me. So, and if she's not directed to do it, then I would send all City of Kenai voters an application to request an absentee by mail ballot.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
And so if we're able to do that without any code changes, then that accomplishes what, my interest was, so.
Correct.
So that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Considering where we're going with cases, COVID, we certainly don't want to see folks not be able to vote. At least it's going to get them to start thinking about it. And seeing a card in the mail might spawn people to think that. For some people, I think it's just intimidating to do the request, even for absentee, because they've never done it before. So, Councilmember Glendenning.
What I see in the read in the paper, and actually I hear on the TV news, is that the state is moving towards a protocol where folks would be encouraged to do the absentee thing. For our use and for our view for this upcoming election, it might be convenient or handy to tuck in with their protocols, with their ideas, so we don't confuse the voters and we just have one standard for this election. and from there we can build and grow on our knowledge. I know in other places they've sent out postcards, I think 2 maybe, to registered voters, inviting them to vote absentee, which I think for a practical matter for this election might bridge the gap and get people used to voting by mail, but also would encourage people to come and vote if they don't feel comfortable coming to a polling place or cannot because of their situation. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, if we move forward and choose to postpone till August and all, and I've spent a pretty amount of time talking to Jamie about this, but the only, I don't want to say problem with what we have here, but is if our precincts say we want to go mail and the borough says they want to go in person or vice versa, we run some risk of causing our city some additional expense. And I think Jamie and I kind of researched it. It's, I don't remember, it's like around $12,000 if we had to get our own machine or something, or she can probably help with that a lot better than I can. But that's really kind of the if we move forward with kind of how I see it going, if our 3 precincts in Kenai decide to do something different than the rest of the precincts and we commit to doing what our people say, we could be doing something different than the borough. So that we run a little risk of that in this. And so, but we would be listening to our people. So I don't know. This whole thing's been not an easy subject. So.
Well, yeah, and I think this is a big enough change where folks, want to weigh in, and that's what I've been hearing. I mean, is that that they want to have a say in how this gets. It's a big change, and regardless of what you think one way or the other, we're here to represent the people, and if they. So I do think that we also need to take consideration impacts the city. That's our job too, and they elect us to try to make the best decisions for the city. So clearly, if there's fiscal notes that are, that we need to consider, obviously we will. So any other comments on Vice or Councilmember Navarro?
Thank you. I appreciate Councilman Peterkin bringing this forward. I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. If you really read it, and we got briefed on it, and sure there might be some questions yet, but essentially, some of the concern was, is there the security, or can people bid twice, can there be fraud? We've outlined, some of those. I hope somebody's going to get the information out to the public, but regardless, as Councilman Peterkin said, I understand our voters have an opportunity to weigh in, and so does the other part of the borough, but at some point we have to figure out what's in the best interest as a whole. And I can tell you, one of the issues that might not come out in the discussion is if you don't vote and your city goes this way and that, then when you vote in a borough election, you'll have to come over here to City Hall and vote city election, then you have to run someplace else and run and vote a borough election, or they might send you a ballot for the borough election. That's the only way you can vote, and then you come in. I think it's contingent upon us to analyze the whole vote as well as how our voters voted, but then make the best decision as a whole for all voters, for all residents, and for the borough as a whole. So I'll wait and see what all happens, but I think if people get educated on this, it really allows people to vote by mail or vote in person. So it's given people choice, and I can't believe people would have that big of an objection to it. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Now would probably be appropriate time to make a motion to postpone. Councilmember. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember next. Then.
It may be, but I noticed that the clerk has a number of amendments that's suggested, and if we do postpone it, I think now's probably a good time to make those amendments if we, choose to, and then we've got a clean document whenever that time is. So.
You want to help me with that, Henry? Are they on the,
I'll let you do that if you like.
Hey.
I
Hang on,
just
let me-
had it pulled up here.
I guess I could, wait, do you guys want to listen? Ms. Hines, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. It's not necessarily that those amendments be made tonight. I found another one today that I missed in that, so if you want to wait until if you intend to postpone it to the August 19th, we can run all or you could direct me to do a
Substitute?
substitute to include all of the amendments. So they don't need to be made tonight.
That might be cleaner. Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, I agree. Let's, my word of the month, get all the dogs barking and put it off to the 19th of August, and we'll have a clearer view of what to do, and we can perfect our documents.
Well, I think we can make that all in one motion, right, Mr. Peterkin? If you just make the motion to postpone with the caveat that the clerk produce a substitute to capture the proposed amendments that she has. Oh, yeah.
all right, let me try to get this straight. So I'm gonna move to postpone this to after August 19th,
It would be actually to
To
the
the
meeting.
to August 19th, excuse me, with the changes that the clerk will make, as well as having another public hearing on this subject. And I'm good with the date on the
Second.
hearing.
Second?
Second, request unanimous consent.
Very good, very good. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone? Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yeah, I support it, and I think the intent is there would be a substitute.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
The motion that I heard was to postpone it to the August 19th meeting, at which time a substitute would be brought forth and it would be held for a third public hearing.
Perfect. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Just,
Councilmember Glendenning?
yeah, and the substitute ordinance would address these pages I have before me. The June 24th note entitled amendments for ordinance 3127. That's our topic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Those all come back in the substitute for probably a cleaner version and an additional public hearing. Any other discussion on the motion to postpone? Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, this ordinance number 3127-2020 is now postponed to our August 19th, 2020 agenda. Next up, we have item D2, ordinance number 3136-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the general and public safety capital project funds and authorizing the sole source purchase and installation of updated radio consoles for the City of Kenai Dispatch Center. This is requested by administration. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move to enact ordinance 3136, 2020.
I'll second it.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3136-2020?
If anybody on Zoom would like to speak to this ordinance, go ahead and either star 9 or use the raise hand feature on Zoom. Mayor Gabriel, nobody's raising their hand.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council. Councilmember Naxton.
I just want to concur that I definitely agree with the sole source purchase, which we don't usually do, but in this particular case, it makes sense since Motorola is what we use and it kind of fits into that groove. So I'm totally in support.
Thank you. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, just my request is that we have a radio show. Maybe if the city manager, Chief Rosh, could just give a paragraph of what we're doing here and the need for compatible radio systems. If you would be able to do that.
Through the city manager, Chief Ross, do you want to give an overview, or would you defer to Paul?
Yeah, Chief Ross can answer.
Very good, thank you.
Counselor, through the mayor. Well, what we're doing is the replacement of the base station radios and dispatch that have aged past any of maintenance life. The ones we have in there are the same that have been used across dispatch centers across the state, and nearly all of them have replaced or upgraded to what we're upgrading to as well. So they're not serviced anymore. The only way to get the ones we currently have serviced is pretty much from used parts. Motorola does not make them anymore, so this is really a critical replacement to go to new radios. There's a lot of reasons to stick with Motorola. You know, we asked for about $600,000 for this grant. We only got about 400. So rather than using city funds to make the difference, we asked them to divide it into 2 projects. So we're gonna have a bunch of Motorola equipment in there no matter what still, as they replace in the first phase the console radios. So that's the base of the project. We asked for some more grant money to finish the project with the other radio equipment, and then it'll be complete at that point. So part of what we did to get the grant was we worked with the borough to be good backups to each other. If they had an issue in their dispatch center, we could be the backup center, and we practiced that, and vice versa. And we have limited IT support in the 2 agencies to help dispatch centers. So it's really going to be very helpful to keep maintaining the same equipment between the 2 dispatch centers. If they come over, they'll be using the same Motorola equipment they have at their dispatch center, and vice versa. So there's some real benefits in maintaining the same equipment to be good backups if their dispatchers had to come to our center, and vice versa, if that answered your question.
Councilman Glenn?
Yes, it does. It very thoroughly described the imperative and the need for this. Thank you very much.
I've just got one follow-up. There was discussion to consolidate the 911 dispatch to Palmer fairly recently, and how would that, if that were to move forward, how would that mesh with our system there? I know they probably, I think Motorola is the standard, although I know at DOT we switched to Kenwood on some of our, at least our handhelds, but anyway,
So, yeah, I'm not sure how the dispatch center troopers moving to Palmer will impact this at all. Really, it doesn't change our operations. It changes just the troopers' operations. And they will all be operating on Motorola radios too, Motorola base stations. I think it's easier potentially to switch to another vendor like Kenwood in a portable or a mobile that's in a vehicle than the base station radios. All the switching systems on Almar gets more complicated than I'm even good at explaining, but the whole radio system in Anchorage, the switching system and everything is Motorola. So the connection for the base station radios and dispatches to that Motorola system are I think, easier done with the same equipment.
Yeah, and they're, yeah, no question, they're a great product, so, yeah, no issue there, so. Any other comments, deliberation from council? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Naxtat,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Council. We're on item D3, ordinance number 3137-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the general and municipal roadway improvements capital project funds to provide matching funds to the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to construct a pedestrian path from the Kenai Spur Highway to Beaver Loop along Bridge Access Road, utilizing restricted general fund balances as requested by administration. Council. Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you. I would move to enact ordinance number 3137-2020.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I guess at this time is one of the things I was thinking about on another resolution that we're going to be dealing with later, but I'd like to pass the gavel at this time to Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Accept the gavel virtually, recognizing that you might have a conflict of interest with this one.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to divulge that I do work for the Department of Transportation as I'm the Soldado Station foreman. this would be done, I work in maintenance and operations, which, this would be, if this was approved, would go through our design and construction department. I wouldn't, I don't have any, a position of, financial, disbursement on this project, so I'd just like to get a ruling from the chair whether I can, participate or not.
So you don't have any direct or indirect financial interest in the matching funds?
No.
Okay, then I rule that you do not have a conflict of interest, and you can have the gavel back.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Maloney. With that, we'll open up for comment. Is there any, or I guess we'll open up to public hearing. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3137-2020?
If anyone on Zoom would like to speak to ordinance 3137, excuse me, you can press *9 or use the raise hand feature on Zoom. Mayor Gabriel, I see no one raising their hands.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll bring it back to council. Any comments, deliberation from council? Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak in favor of this. I really hope that we pass it. I appreciate Councilmember Glendenning recommending that this go through the proper allotments and things for the money, and I'm glad that administration put forth this, and just really like to see it happen sooner than later. That the new bike path on Beaver Loop is beautiful, and it could tie into Kenai, and I'd like in future years to see it go from there to across the bridge and on to K Beach. I mean, it would finish off the loop. I think this is huge for community enhancement. I've lived here my entire life in Kenai and avid bike rider, and I just think that it's really important for our community and that area in particular with the new storage and all of the new buildings going up, and I think it's just a beautiful fit. I think it's something we need. It makes it a lot safer. People riding on the side of the highway is not a good idea. And I do like the letter that came from Nate today about I don't know if this would include lights, but it's a great idea if it doesn't. But anyway, just in favor of it.
Did the increased funding request? I'll pull back. It's worth asking the question, I guess. Thanks. Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I want to speak in favor of the project. I think that it is very needed, and I'm even more supportive in that we're going to be using Dobbin spec funds, and the cost our match has gone up considerably since we first talked about this. There's always the but, and I guess the caveat, I'm going to vote for it, but I would like the city manager to continue working with the state so the city is in a position to contract the design as well as the construction on the project. I think that's important for a number of reasons. One is we're going to be maintaining it. It's going to be our facility. Number two, I think the city is in a better position to protect us in cost control. At least we know the state. I don't know where the state's going to take the design once they start, and I would prefer to have that under our roof. And I think we'd do a perfectly good job. Designing a bike path really isn't rocket science. It just isn't. There's one little difficult area, I think, as you go up the hill, there's an Nadroma stream crossing, but that's not that tough either. But I think that the city should be doing that, and it's appropriate that we do. And I'd continue the pressure, unless this kind of negates that. If we're kind of agreeing to not doing that, I'm not sure that that's what this ordinance does. I think we can move on.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Naxted. I haven't seen the draft agreement, so I don't really know what that does as far as whether it weakens our position to continue to work towards management of both the design and construction. It could, though. It could be that when we assign this agreement, we're essentially saying that we're agreeing that they're going to design and construct it. again, I haven't seen the agreement, but that could be what it says. And if that's the case, then I wouldn't be able to continue to work towards management of the project.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes, would it be possible to postpone this ordinance until we get a better understanding of what our city manager was alluding to, a better control of the project and as a result, better cost management?
Mr. Ostrander, would that, I guess I'll ask your opinion whether that would benefit your position, I guess?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Glendenning. I could work with DOT to try to get a draft agreement, so I knew specifically what, how much that might limit our ability to work with the state going forward. I would also have to reach out to DOT and make sure that they're, I asked them specifically if it was all right if we delayed it to this meeting before I gave them the go-ahead whether or not to start the design or not. So I'd have to work with them on that as well to make sure, and I'm guessing that they will be flexible enough to allow us to extend it to the next meeting or maybe even August. So that could help. You know, and just so council, as a reminder, I brought this forward because DOT was pushing us to either go forward with the project or not. And they provided a couple options. They said, you either need to go ahead this year and commit the funds and we'll get started on the design, or alternatively, we can postpone it for next year and do it. And, you know, I was trying to decide what was most appropriate, and then I thought it was appropriate to bring council in and basically allow you to make that decision whether or not to commit this funding now, the match of $216,000, and go forward with the design, or postpone for a year, which would give administration, me, and my staff time to work with DOT to see if we could somehow wrest the project management away from them. So, but postponing it by a meeting or even two would at least give me the opportunity to get that, hopefully get that draft agreement from DOT so we knew exactly what sort of position that would put us in as a city.
And in your opinion, that wouldn't delay the project to construction season then? I'm just,
Yeah, Mayor Gabriel, I think a delay of a month, I can't imagine, because all they're really going to start is design now, so I wouldn't think that would delay the project a year. So council could choose to postpone it tonight. I could look to get the draft agreement, see how that changes our position, and then council make a decision based on that.
thank you. Any further discussion, council, on this bike path? I see Councilmember Navarre back there would like to talk.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to know if there's a way we can just amend this that essentially would pass it, but give the city manager the ability to move ahead in the future if he doesn't get agreements or whatever. I don't know if that accomplishes the same thing. I just don't want to understand what you're saying, but I don't think this body is willing to move ahead with this funding, because that's really the funding. But you can pull the trigger for us at any time. If we can create an amendment real quick, then you can have all the time you want, or that DOT negotiation, and then you don't have to come back to us.
Councilman Glendenning.
Yeah, I take Councilor Navarre's comments seriously. My thought is that if we put this off till the August 5th meeting, that will give our city manager time to make the proper inquiries, and we could perfect our request for commitment of funds and a timeline when the money will be spent, and we will better know the scope and impact of the project. I think we all want this project to go. What we don't want is an open-ended financial commitment, and we need to just tuck in and tie the bow on the purse string a little bit. That's my point.
I guess my question would be, is at this point, if we committed these funds, is it still an open-ended, I mean, are we still on the hook for additional monies match, Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, if the cost of the project increases, our match will increase. This is just an estimate at this point. If the cost of the project is less, our match goes down, but the opposite is true as well.
But that would be regardless of whether we approve this. I mean, they're not going to change their stance on that moving forward, I don't believe, are they?
No.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Navarre.
Sure, I guess, did we come up with amendment? Because I think what I'm talking about is that we approve this next step, I mean, but that we give the authority to the city manager in when to say, we're committed. I think that puts us in a stronger position in some cases not to have it go any higher. Because he'd argue that I've only got the authority to go this high. Again, I don't see what a postponement does other than I would agree, I guess, that the city manager has had some conversations. If I remember correctly, when we discussed this at the last meeting, it was at one meeting, and I'm sure they'll give us one meeting. Now we're talking about give us 2 meetings, and we're not sure if it will delay the project or not. I haven't heard definitively that it won't, but that, you know, every delay that we create could potentially have that. So unless there's some confusion with what I'm trying to say, if there's a way to say that we approve this tonight, but the city manager, we approve it tonight that the city manager has the authority to move forward in the future whenever he determines to push the button. I don't see where it puts us or him in a bind that way, but otherwise I'm willing to back away, but I just want to hear. I'd rather be done with it today and let the city manager know he has the authority from the council, and that means we're behind the project and we're ready to move. He's the one that has to deal with the nitty details.
I guess what I'm wondering if it's section 1 of the ordinance actually sort of covers that, but I'll defer to Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel.
I can't hear you very well.
Sure, okay, sorry. I don't know that it does. Maybe we could do an at ease, and maybe some kind of instructions that Councilmember Navarre's looking for, and could be in a new section 4 after the appropriation, and we would renumber them. You know, that has to do with that the city manager, well, he does have authority to negotiate, you know, with them and everything. So, but that the amounts appropriated would be adjusted according to whatever, you know, depending on if we take over the management of the project or not, et cetera. You know, that would be my suggestion, but I don't know if that's needed either.
Councilman Glendenning.
Yeah, just a comment. At a minimum, I would like to see the agreement document to see what we're agreeing to. I think the city manager has one or can get one, you know, in a close manner, close time. And then secondly, if we noted our email, he's going to be out of pocket just for a little bit of this time, so that's why I suggested the August meeting, so we could have clearer communication with the state and a better report to us. If I understand correctly, 2 weeks doesn't make a difference with the state, and we could have a declaration or something that we support the project. We just want to be able to control our costs and understand what the scope of work is going to be and how it impacts us and what we're going to be responsible for when it's done. Those are my asks.
I guess my question would be of Mr. Ostrander, what's your confidence level that we're going to get an agreement either way, whether we're I mean, that's going to capture, I guess, what Councilmember Glendenning's asking. I mean, you've had several conversations with the department, I know that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I mean, I can reach out to DOT and ask if they can give us an agreement. Without a commitment, it's gonna likely be a draft agreement or template of an agreement that they would change specifically to our project. That's likely something that I could get, until the city decides that we're gonna go forward and make this match and do the project. We won't be able to get the final agreement that we'll sign, but I could get a draft agreement. I have had some difficulties with getting quick responses from DOT, but I can do what I can to try to get a draft agreement that you could look at.
Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, that would be helpful in forming my decision. I think we all agree that we want a bike path. We just have to control our costs and the scope and detail of the work, meaning we manage the project if at all possible. And I think anyone listening to this council meeting would understand that we are in favor of the project, and they also would understand that we are giving our city manager the authority to negotiate the situation, this project for us.
Councilmember Petty?
I would like to see this council move forward tonight on this and commit our match so that Manager Ostrander could go in with a stronger position, knowing that we have approved the resources and we have the funds available for this match. And no one has a crystal ball and can say exactly what cost overruns might happen, but coming from the strong position that we have committed to this project and we do have the resources moving forward, that we could, the city manager could negotiate from a stronger position. So I urge the council to move forward tonight.
Councilmember Navarro?
Thank you. I have a motion in section 1. I would add the word after agreement, the words after agreement to state at his discretion. And if somebody will second it, I can speak to it.
I will.
Yeah, Councilmember, yeah, it's been seconded by Councilmember Peterkin. Councilmember Navarro?
Thank you. The reason I say it like that, I'm willing to give the city manager that authority and that discretion, and if he chooses, if the agreement looks terrible, or he thinks council needs to look at it again, he can say, hey, I'm not signing it till I go back to council. If you won't do this, we're not, but that's my intent, and that'll do, I think, what we've been trying to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Peterkin?
I do like Paul being able to say, I've got approval to do this, but here's the thing. We need to look at this agreement and see how it's going to go down, and they've given me the authority to negotiate this, but we're not going to sign it till we see it, and it's the way we want it.
Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, just a question. Do we have a top end for our matching fund? It says it can go up, it can go down. The grants matches estimate 216 and change. I think the city manager would understand that we wouldn't necessarily want a 20% increase on that. If there's a way if you can negotiate it or it can be better explained to my inaccurate question.
Mr. Ostrander?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. With the amount of contingency that's included in the DOT estimate, I can't imagine that this project is going to go up significantly. And Mr. Eubank, I think, has something to add to the conversation that I'm guessing is valuable. So if we could ask him to speak to it as well.
Mr. Eubank?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Glendenning. What doesn't change in the ordinance with the amendment that was just made is it does not change the appropriation amount. The sole authority to appropriate funds rests with council. So at this point, if costs overrun or the agreement came in at a higher amount, it would take additional council action to increase that appropriation amount. City manager could not exceed the 216,000 or whatever is in there.
Councilmember Naxtat, I think he had a question for you, Terry.
Yeah, well, there's kind of a rub in there I don't understand, because we give the state the go-ahead, they start designing it. It hasn't been constructed yet, and it's gonna cost more, but we've already signed an agreement that says we're going to fund it in the theoretical MOA or whatever it's gonna be, it's gonna say something like that. So we've already committed with the state, now we're reneging on it. And then we're gonna be responsible for all of the costs up to that point, most likely, correct? Yeah, so everything the state's done and would have been matched and.
Right. Councilmember, next, without seeing the agreement, I can't speak to that, but my understanding and my discussions with DOT that we are absolutely taking a risk and will be on the hook for whatever required percentage match of the total project costs are. If costs go beyond the current estimate, they will be coming to us asking for additional match. If the costs come in below the estimate, we will not have to pay as much, or we'll get money refunded to us. But we are required to pay a percentage of the project, and that is absolutely a risk that council should know they're taking when we go down this path.
I guess really the question is not the percentage, but if we get to the design and they actually bid it and it just goes, the cost goes through the roof, and the council at that time decides not to appropriate the additional funds, wouldn't we be responsible most likely for the entire effort the DOT's had up to that point, the entire cost?
Yeah,
Not just a
again,
percentage?
Thank you, Mr. Naxtat. I don't know. I'm not, maybe somebody who has more experience with DOT contracts might speak to that, but I can't say that would be the case. But I can tell you that they would expect, us to pay the additional local share. I don't know if they can require us to pay all of the effort up to that point if we chose to not continue with the project. I don't know that.
I guess my question is, if it was way above their percentage is gonna go way up too, so maybe they would be the ones that would say, we're not willing to exceed these funds, expend these funds. I'm just presuming. Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. From my conversation with DOT, and as I watched this estimate increase over the last 18 months, I cannot imagine a scenario where this thing is going to come in above what they've estimated at this point. We're talking about a bike path that right now at their cost is $378 a foot. Which means if you paid the if you built the Unity Trail at that cost, it would cost $40 million to build the Unity Trail. I cannot imagine that this is going to go above that. I mean, it's just unfathomable that this is going to cost more than $2.1 million. Now, with that being said, Mr. Eubank is absolutely right that what council is committing to is if for some reason it's not $378 a foot, but it's $400 or $450, you're really obligating yourself to increase the appropriation to increase above that $216,000. But again, at the cost that DOT has quoted here, I cannot imagine a scenario where it's going to be more than what they've estimated.
Okay, well, so just to circle back here, we've got an amendment on the floor to amend section 1, just to repeat that, to include and that city manager is authorized to execute at his discretion an agreement or an agreement after his discretion. Could you rephrase, or maybe I'll refer to the clerk here.
It was at his discretion after the word agreement.
Okay. So it'd say that the city manager is authorized to execute an agreement at his discretion with the Alaska Department of Transportation. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask City Manager Paul if you feel that us giving you this commitment gives you some strength in the negotiating or talking with them. Should we just wait for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, or does this help?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Peterkin. So the original reason that I had suggested postponement, or I think actually Councilmember Naxted might have suggested it, was to see if this weakened our position. You know, if we did this today, does it weaken our position to be able to potentially get project management with the city? And so by providing me with this flexibility in this ordinance, what I can do is I can work towards the agreement, get the agreement in hand, and then determine if it does weaken our position, or if potentially I still may have some ability to change that during the next legislative session or whatever. But even with that, I think that assuming that the agreement came across and it's your standard agreement and it's basically saying what we think it will say, which is you're on the hook for your 9% match, then I would just go forward with it, regardless of whether it weakened my position as far as being able to get the city in the project management seat.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Nixon.
I guess I don't have an issue with the amendment so much, but my opinion as we move on here is that it probably does, by us approving the whole shooting match, since it's kind of, I think that it does weaken our negotiation. I think that the city manager has a pretty good idea that we're in supportive of it, and if he's negotiating, he's not going to send them necessarily the ordinance. He's going to tell them that, you know, I've got council support, but, and as opposed to, well, they've approved this and it looks like we've committed ourselves. And I think in my sense that our position would be somewhat weakened. But it all depends on how that conversation goes.
Councilmember Navarro.
Yeah, if I heard him correctly, I would disagree. I think it strengthened his position. If we don't, it's at his discretion. He can turn the whole thing down. That's the authority we're giving him. Or he can say, I'm bringing back another ordinance to the body and only allow this amount. And then I'll come back and that's all we'll sign. And, you know, I think it makes a stronger point for him to be able to say, I've got council's backing. But they also want us, which we've talked about, and I even referenced it that when Paul was in an AML statewide meeting and discussion topics and issues that he with other state legislators, he still brought up the point, I want to be able to do these projects. You know, DOT's hearing them, and that's what we're hearing too. So if Paul tells me to take it out because it's going to weaken his position, I will, but I disagree. I believe it gives him all the tools in the toolbox he needs without coming back to this body.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I thought I was going to support the amendment because I thought it gave more flexibility to the city manager, but I didn't understand it to mean that he would turn the deal down altogether. So that gives me concern. I thought it just gave him flexibility in his negotiation to look at an agreement and see if the terms are favorable or not, but not that he would totally reject, you know, the project going forward. So that's of concern for me if that's the intent of the motion. I don't know that I can support it now.
Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, just following up on that, I think it puts the city manager in an awkward position because he can do exactly that. He could deny it because maybe that's what he thinks we want to do, or he could approve it and because he thinks that's what we ought to do, and we still haven't seen it. I think that it after he's going to negotiate the agreement and see it, and I think that that's going to happen in some time, which kind of takes us back to postponing for a little while until we can have a look at, or he can. And I don't think we've given the city manager direction other than you can do whatever you want. And I'm not sure he knows what in the situation what we want. So I just think that it's just a kind of a difficult situation for to be putting Paul into, actually. potentially.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Well, we can ask Paul, but the way I take it is that Paul would clearly understand that we're in favor of this project. We want this project to happen. We'd like it to happen cheaper. And if it's gotta happen this way, we're committing the money, but he's gonna do his best to, he can unequivocally tell them we're ready to, that we have the money. Like, we're ready to do this, but we wanna see the agreement. That's just my 2 cents.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, just a general question. Is there a drop-dead date for this grant? In other words, has the state unequivocally said, tomorrow you have to have this money to us or this commitment? Or do you have time, the ability to negotiate? You have the back channel or the front channel to deal with them, and I think our first concern would be actually seeing what the agreement would look like, and secondly, giving you some time to perfect your discussion, your demands, and you probably could come back to us with a clearer view of what this project is going to look like, and most importantly, what the costs are going to be. This is what concerns me, is that we have a rough estimate of costs, and the person that signed the letter probably has authority. I don't know that, but we're also binding a future council to an open-ended commitment here, and I would like to see this put off until the first meeting in August, which I believe is the 5th. And I'll just shut up now. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
No.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navar,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
No.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtat.
No.
Motion passes.
So we now have ordinance number 3137-2020 is amended before us. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Naxton.
I'll move to postpone the ordinance 3137-2020 till our August 5th meeting.
Second.
Any discussion on postponement?
I
Council-
object.
Yes, Councilmember Navar.
Yes, I want to vote for it tonight and pass it.
Very good. Any other discussion on the vote to postpone? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
No.
Councilmember Peterkin,
I'm not sure.
So we're voting on a motion to postpone to the August 5th meeting.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Navar,
Councilmember Navar. We're voting on the,
postpone to
Yeah, but
August.
I think Councilman Peterkin read it. My motion was it, so you're moving to postpone?
yes, Councilmember.
Right, no.
Very good, thank you.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
No.
Councilmember Naxtat,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
No.
motion fails.
Thank you. We now have ordinance number 3137-2020 is amended before us. Any further discussion? I would just like to add that before we vote on this is that I really appreciate obviously the generous donation the Dobbinspec family has done for the city over the many years that they've bequeathed that oil and gas property revenues to the city, and there's been a lot of good work. If you go through the memo, I appreciated the history of that fund that was included in the documentation, so we could really get a clear picture. And I would actually like us to consider to put a plaque along this, if it is in fact approved, that we recognize the family for the contribution of that bike path. And with that, Councilmember Navarre.
Yeah, I'll move to postpone it to the July 16th meeting,
July 15th.
15th.
Is there a second?
If somebody else.
second it.
And-
Councilmember Navarre.
Yeah. Again, because of our actions, I mean, you know, you didn't give the city manager, I think it takes away all negotiation points for the city manager and the council. But clearly, we're all in favor of it, but I don't want to put it off forever.
Yeah,
And us,
Councilmember Navarre, I'm a little confused. The postponement to the 5th failed, right?
Correct.
I thought it was August, whatever.
Yeah, there was a motion to postpone to August 5th that failed.
I
So-
know, so I made it July 15th.
Okay. Okay.
And I seconded.
What? That's a legal motion, correct?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
What?
Yeah, I guess continue with your explanation. I was just a little confused by the motion, Councilmember Navarre, because you.
Well, no, it just means we're gonna vote on it again, and maybe we'll have the other information, or he'll have negotiate. I mean, why put it off? Why was the postponement to August, whatever? We can postpone it again when we do. I'm just concerned now, we put ourselves, because you didn't leave it at the discretion of the city manager, that you're taking away all.
No,
Essentially,
Councilmember Navarre, we did pass that motion to include the word discretion.
Oh,
So
we did? I
that-
thought it
so
failed.
that passed. And then the motion to postpone till the 5th failed.
is that correct, clerk? I heard it, I thought I heard the votes. I thought it was 4 no and 3 yes.
No, that was
I
opposite.
thought it was Peterkin and Petty and me a yes, and everybody else was no.
No, I was a yes.
Oh, you were a yes?
Yes,
Oh, great.
correct.
Sorry, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, that's
Councilmember Peterkin, do you
concur.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was just a little confused about where that was going. So where it stands right now is we've got ordinance number 3137, 2020 as amended that included the word discretion after agreement in section 1. And we were voting we're just getting ready to vote to approve this ordinance as amended, just with that amendment, with no postponements. So everybody's clear on that. Any other discussion on 3137, Councilmember Naxton?
I'll be supporting it. Obviously, I kind of wanted us to do some additional work, or have the city manager do some additional work in advance of this. But though he may be authorized to execute an agreement, the agreement may not be something he wants to execute when he sees it too. So I'm sure that he'll be negotiating as that goes. It's not going to be the first one he sees. So I'll just support it, and good to go.
Any further, Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, the way it looks now is be just like buying a piece of property off a preliminary plat. You have some idea of what's there, but you really don't have everything, all the notes, everything scratched in. I'm persuaded by Councilor Naxted's comments that we are giving the city manager discretion, and I think he knows full well the concerns that we have regarding cost management, agreeing to an agreement we haven't seen, and no handle on the costs. Okay, and so I guess I'll make up my mind on my vote when my name is called. Thank you.
Any other discussion on ordinance 3137, 2020 as amended? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Peterkin?
yes.
Councilmember Navarre?
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning?
No.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Council, we now have ordinance number 3138-2020, increasing fiscal year 2020's estimated revenues and appropriations in the Airport Land Sales Permanent Fund to transfer earnings in excess of budget amounts to the city's airport fund. This is requested by administration. Councilmember Naxton.
I move to enact ordinance 3138, 2020.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3138-2020? Seeing no one, we'll bring it back to council and just like,
I forgot to, I'm sorry.
oh, sorry.
Is anybody on Zoom want to speak to ordinance 3138-2020? If so, you can star 9 or use your raise hand feature on Zoom. Mayor Gabriel, I see no one raising their hands.
Okay, very good. With that, I guess if it's okay with the city manager, I'd like to call on Terry to just give us a little, I think we all know what this is about, but it's always good to hear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an ordinance, when we adopted the FY20 budget, we estimate what we think the earnings are going to be in the permanent funds and the allowable transfers there. So earnings during calendar year 2019 were more than what we projected, which allowed the transfer to be more than what we budgeted. So this will increase that amount and allow us to transfer the maximum amount of earnings from the airport permanent fund to the airport fund for operations. And just so council knows, this is something I probably should have taken care of a while ago. We intended to look at the policy that we adopted and propose some changes, and just in light of everything that's been going on, I honestly, it slipped my mind. And so it's something we continue to look at that policy. We probably will bring some legislation before council in the future, but this brings it to we're not proposing to change the 3.8% for last year in any policy changes. So this will just bring that amount up so we can make the transfer.
Thank you, Mr. Eubank. Any further discussion on ordinance number 3138-2020? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet,
Yes?
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Council, we're now on item D5, ordinance number 3139-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the COVID-19 CARES Act Recovery Fund for a federal CARES Act grant passed through the State of Alaska Department of Public Safety for overtime and direct expenditures of the police, fire, and communications departments of the city from March 16, 2020 through May 17, 2020. This is brought forward by administration. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to enact ordinance number 3139, 2020.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3139-2020?
If anybody on Zoom would like to speak to 3139-2020, go ahead and star 9 or use the raise hand feature. Mayor Gabriel, nobody's raising their hands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, discussion from council? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet,
Yes?
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yeah.
Councilmember Navarre.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And just so, for a little clarity on these, we did have a laydown this evening that addressed some of this next legislation we have in front of us. So I'll just, some include substitutes. So I'll call on Mr. Ostrander as we go through these to just explain the differences between the first substitute and now the substitute, or this original and then the substitute. So with that, we'll go to item D6, ordinance number 3140-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the personal use fisheries special revenue fund to provide supplemental funding for additional portable restrooms and to award a contract to provide dumpsters, portable restrooms and portable hand wash stations for the 2020 Kenai River personal use fishery. This was brought forward by administration. I will note that there's a proposed substitute ordinance number 3140-2020. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move to enact ordinance 3140, 2020.
Second?
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3140-2020 this time?
Those on Zoom, you can use your raise your hand feature if you'd like to speak to this one. Mayor Gabriel, nobody's raising their hands.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to council. Mr. Ostrander. Well, I guess let's move the substitute if that's agreeable to the body. Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I move to replace ordinance 3140, 2020 with substitute ordinance 3140, 2020.
Second.
Any discussion on the amendment or the motion?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we'll bring it back, and I'll move to Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So 3140, 2020 substitute, differences between the substitute and the original. As the title states, this is for supplemental funding. So the section 1 was modified to include the amount of additional funding that's needed to cover the porta potties and the dumpsters for the fishery. As we stated before, or as the memo states, I guess, the vault restrooms that we had hoped to have installed by this time were not completed. So this additional funding is necessary for porta potties that we weren't anticipating. In addition to that, we also had not anticipated having to put hand washing stations down at the beach, which we are adding those as part of this contract too. So the substitute does appropriate $35,000, establish that amount. We also, the original ordinance only had one section that awarded a contract because we thought that the contract would likely go to just one firm. As it ended up through the bid process, we've got two firms, Alaska Waste and Peninsula Pumping, that are being awarded portions of this. So there was an additional section added that authorized the contract with Alaska Waste, and then the original section 2 authorizes the contract with Peninsula Pumping. As you can see, Peninsula Pumping has scheduled A, B, and C, and then Alaska Waste has Schedule D, which is, Schedule D represents the dumpsters on South Beach. So Alaska Waste will be handling the dumpsters on South Beach. Peninsula Pumping will be handling all of the other dumpsters and the porta potties in both locations.
Thank you, Mr. Ostrander. Any further discussion on ordinance number 3140-2020 substitute? Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, just a question. Where the maybe it's in your where the funding is going to come from for the 35,000. Is that something we can take out of the CARES Act or some other COVID, or is it going to come out of another account?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Naxted. So the majority of it will come out of the personal use fishery fund. However, it's likely that about 4,000, which is associated with the hand washing stations, will be able to come out of the COVID account.
Thank you. Councilmember Glendening.
Yeah, just a question. This dollar amount for this service is less than we've experienced in previous years, correct?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendening, it is lower than it was last year. One of the changes that we did make is the dumpsters that we used to have located on the beach, on North Beach Beach. We now have removed those. They're no longer going to be dumpsters located on the beach. Instead, we've located them next to Kenai Avenue at Meeks Trailhead. So that's a significant cost that we've avoided this year by taking those dumpsters off the beach. You know, in talking about it internally, we just didn't think there was enough value to incur the additional cost of having those dumpsters on the beach. And it just amounts that those folks that are participating have to walk a few more feet to throw away their trash, and we think that they'll do that.
Thank you. Any other discussion on ordinance number 3140-2020 substitute? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin?
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre?
Yes.
Councilmember Glendening?
Yeah.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, we have On item D7, ordinance number 3141-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the General Fund Visitor Center Department and authorizing amendment to the facility management agreement with the Kenai Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, Inc. for the operation and management of the Kenai Visitor and Cultural Center, brought forward by administration. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Navarre.
Yes, I'd move to enact ordinance number 3141-2020.
I'll second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3141-2020? Anybody online, Madam Clerk?
Anybody on Zoom wanting to speak can use the raise hand feature. Mayor Gabriel, nobody's raising their hands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll bring it back to the body. Any discussion, comments? Councilmember Navarre.
I didn't know my mic was on. No, I support the enactment of this ordinance.
Thank you.
And thanks to the administration for good work.
Thank you. Any other discussion on ordinance number 3141-2020? Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, maybe if Paul could just give us a quick rundown on this. I think, are we spending more money than we spent last year on this, or are we spending the same amount?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Peterkin, last year's agreement with the chamber was for $95,000, so this is $10,000 above what we paid last year.
Why are we paying them $10,000 more?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Peterkin. So in further discussions with the chamber, particularly over the last couple of months, they've made a renewed commitment to actually have if you look at page 76 of your packet, in the contract itself with the chamber, there are staffing levels that are included there. And as a part of this contract, it's requiring that those staffing levels are maintained as near as reasonably possible. So they're making a renewed commitment to maintain those staffing levels at the levels included in the contract. In addition to that, they have to go through the recruitment process right now for a new executive director for the chamber. And in discussions with them, it's to get the individual that they want in that position will likely require some additional personnel costs above and beyond what they've had in the past.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Peterkin?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that helps us run the visitor center any better, I guess, but I hear what you're saying and appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other discussion on ordinance number 3141-2020? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Naxtet,
Yes?
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yeah.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Council, we're now on ordinance number 3143-2020, increasing general fund estimated revenues and appropriations by $34,216 in the general fund Parks Recreation and Beautification Department for an increase of a grant from the United States Environmental Protection Agency passed through the State of Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation for bacterial level monitoring on the city's beaches from July 1, 2020 to March 1, 2021. This is brought forward by administration. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to enact ordinance number 3143-2020.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3143-2020? Let's see, I think
Mayor
someone.
Gabriel, we have Maggie Herrings has raised her hand.
Okay. Ms. Herring, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for this time. This is Maggie with the Kenai Watershed Forum. Unfortunately, DEC was not able to attend tonight, but I'm here to speak to this ordinance. which would simply fund the second half of the monetary season for 2020. The only significant change to this amendment would be the addition of an actual administrative budget line item of roughly $3,000. That would include, or rather cover any administrative costs accrued by the city of Kenai throughout this process. And finally, DEC unfortunately just informed me during this meeting that the final adjusted amendment total would be about $34,254, which would bring the overall grant total to about, let's see, it would be $121,573. So a bit of a discrepancy of, I think it's, what is that, less than $50 from what you have on your agenda. All of the sampling was already discussed, this spring when we brought forth the initial amendment that was approved unanimously this spring. But with that being said, I am more than happy to answer any remaining questions that exist.
Yeah, Ms. Herring, that was a little bit, we weren't getting you very loud and clear on this end, so some of it was a little bit garbled, at least for me. So I guess I did get most of it obviously here in support, but there was apparently a discrepancy on the money level or the appropriation that we're doing that's in our ordinance, and apparently what the DEC is requiring. So we'd have to amend our ordinance to reflect that, and I don't think anybody here will have a problem doing that, but we just need to know what that amount is clearly.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, at times it's not bad, and other times it's a little bit out. So, but yeah, we got you.
Okay. I'll try it again. So like I said, I was informed literally during this meeting that the new amendment total would be $34,254, which brings the overall grant total, the new total for the entire grant, to $121,573.
Okay, very good. So for the purpose of this ordinance, we would be amending from 34,216 to 34,254. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So I'd move to amend Section 2 to substitute $34,254 for the increased estimated revenue and the increased appropriations.
Is there a second? Oh, let's get it on the floor here first. Is there a second?
Point of order, they're still in public comment.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess we could. Yeah, I guess I was jumping ahead of myself too, because I just wanted to react to that. So, okay, we've got that total, Ms. Herring. So is there anybody that would like to ask Ms. Herring any questions, comments? Thank you for your participation and clarifying that for us, and in your overview of, yes, this is a continuation of the grant program that we had appropriated money previous to this meeting. So for the new fiscal year, this additional money is for that, I believe. And with that, is there anybody?
Correct, yep.
Thank you.
Is she
Councilmember-
planning on standing by? I'm not sure if the finance director has a question for her or just a
Okay.
clarification for us, but she might stand by.
Okay. Did you hear that, Ms. Herring? Just in case we have further questions as we deliberate this, you'll be available to answer any questions?
Yeah, not a problem. I'm unmuted. So.
Okay, very good. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3143-2020?
Anybody else on Zoom can use the raise hand feature? Mayor Gabriel, nobody else is raising their hands.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll bring it back to council. So I guess we do have, now would be an appropriate time for the amendment. Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to amend ordinance number 3143-2020, Section 2, for increased estimated revenues, $34,254, increase in appropriations, $34,254.
I would second, and that includes the title.
Yes, yes.
The change,
I'll
the
change
number and the title
too.
change
Yes.
also, thank you.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
What was that? Oh. So we've got ordinance number 3143-2020 as amended before us. Or I'm talking about the amendment. I'm sorry, we haven't amended that yet because there wasn't unanimous consent requested. So is there any other discussion on the amendment to change the total?
I would ask the finance director through the city manager if he has any comment on this and us making and whether he needs something sent to him with how this is clarified, but just so not that I don't believe the numbers, but I would like to hear from our finance director.
All right, Mr. Eubank.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Navarro. No, my comment was about the title, and you caught that in the amendment, so I appreciate that.
Very good. Any other discussion on the amendment?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the amendment passes. So now we have ordinance number 3143-2020 as amended before us. Comments, deliberation from council? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
Councilmember Glenn Denning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Nackstedt.
Yes?
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Herring. Appreciate your input and your willingness to stand by.
Thank you.
Council, we now have before us item D9, resolution number 2020-51, approving a lease renewal of airport reserve lands between the City of Kenai CPD Alaska LLC for Lot 4, Block 1, FPO subdivision. This is brought forward by administration. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Nackstedt.
I move for the approval of Resolution 2020-51.
Second, and request unanimous consent.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-51?
Anybody on Zoom can use your raise hand feature at this time. Mayor Gabriel, nobody on Zoom is raising their hand.
Thank you. Council unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-51 is adopted. Next, we have item D10, resolution number 2020-52, approving the use of the fleet replacement fund for the purchase of 2 fire department utility trucks utilizing the State of Alaska equipment fleet contract, brought forward by administration. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Nackstedt.
Move for the adoption of Resolution 2020-52.
Second.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-52?
If anybody on Zoom wants to speak to this one, you can use the raise hand feature. Mayor Gabriel, nobody's raising their hand.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. See, we're lighting up here. Councilmember Nackstedt.
Yeah, I just noticed that the resolution in our packet has 2021. To be just administratively corrected.
Okay.
I'm agreeing, it's just a scrivener.
Oh, I thought you had your light on before. Do you have any comments on resolution number 2020-52? Any further discussion? I just want to say that I'm glad to see that we're shopping locally for these vehicles. And with that, Councilmember Petty?
Was there unanimous consent requested?
No.
I'd like to request unanimous consent.
Very good. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-52 is adopted. Next, we'll move to item D11, resolution number 2020-53, renaming Pelchy Drive to Pelch Drive is brought forward by administration. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move for the adoption of Resolution 2020-53.
Second?
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-53?
Mayor Gabriel, all members of the public have left the Zoom meeting.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, we'll bring it back to council. Comments from Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I support this. Mike Pelch, I knew him, and he was an original homesteader in the Beaver Loop area before Beaver Loop was constructed through the middle of his homestead. I never knew him as Pelchy, so I'm not sure how that happened, but either his son or grandson is making this request, and I'm sure there's not going to be any issues with that, but I just want to point out that the name has some history with Kenai.
Request unanimous consent.
Yes, very good. Unanimous consent was requested, and just, I don't think there'll be an objection to that, but I agree with that. I actually did, met with him, as he's developed, I think it's the grandson or maybe the son who's done the development. And, so through the use of, doing driveway permitting and stuff like that. So, yeah, definitely a nice guy who, I think serves that property well. But I guess the other question I would have is that this is an undeveloped street. So I guess would the project, I guess, do we have to change a sign that went up with the project or anything like that? Because it went off of Beaver Loop. I guess I hate to blindside you, just something that just jumped into my mind. It doesn't have any bearing.
Mayor Gabriel, not something I had thought about, but it's possible that we will have to replace the new sign, but,
Mike
Councilor Ray.
Pelch was a homesteader, and keep it in light of that, you can put a piece of tape over the Y, that's the color of the background, and he'll be happy.
With that, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-53 is adopted. Next, we have resolution number 2020-54, amending the city's grant disbursement program for small businesses and nonprofit organizations utilizing funds from the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities, or CARES Act, and this is brought forward by administration.
I'd move.
Mayor?
Yep.
We just take a quick,
Let's go ahead and just move to the floor real quick and for a
Okay.
public hearing in case somebody wants to speak to it, if you don't mind.
I'd move for the approval of resolution number 2020-54.
Second?
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-54? I see Mr. Pursley's online.
Mayor Gabriel, I think he might be here to answer any questions.
Okay, very good. Okay, with that, let's take a break. If there's no one from the public that was wanting to do public comment, we'll pick this up after a 10-minute break, please. Call our meeting back to order here, and we now have on the floor, we have resolution number 2020-54, which is to amend the city's grant disbursement program for small businesses and nonprofit organizations. So we've gone through, open it up for public hearing. We're through that. It's on the floor. Is there any discussion, comments? Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you. I have an amendment that's in our laydown. It deals with the sixth whereas. The new whereas. You delete that whereas and add the new whereas. Whereas reopening the application period for the grant disbursement program from July 10th, 2020 to July 17th, 2020 will allow additional businesses and nonprofits impacted by COVID-19 public health emergency to seek relief without materially affecting available future funding, and add a new section 1 to read, section 1, that the city concurrent grant distribution program is amended to reopen the application period for businesses and nonprofit from July 10th, 2020 to July 17th, 2020. Request unanimous consent.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember
Did
Peterkin?
somebody second it?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Peterkin?
I'll hold up for a minute here.
Okay, all we're doing is moving the requested amendment that was put forward by administration. Councilmember Naxted.
To be clear, are we deleting the existing six whereas? That's what I heard, and I counted down there, and or are we just adding a new sixth?
I did read it as replacing, but if it's just so adding a new and moving everything down, I guess, yeah, that would be the intent. If I'm
The
not.
administration's nodding their head, and so I'm presuming they're in agreement with that. Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Did you request unanimous consent? Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the amendment is approved. So we now have resolution number 2020-54 as amended before us. Any further discussions, comments? Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd like to ask administration if, or maybe just get clarity, maybe you can help me, Mayor Gabriel, is, and I read this before, but is this to just make the period longer for people that might have missed out to have an opportunity, like if they missed the first bit, or is it to change it altogether for the leftover money?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Peterkin. So with the amendment that council just passed, this resolution does two things. It reopens that first program for an additional week to capture any folks that may have missed that first time through. So I wouldn't expect a significant number of applications, but we will be receiving some applications, and that would be both from small businesses and nonprofits. So it's the same program extended for 7 days. Then the second thing that this resolution does is it states that we will go out for a second program at some point later in the year with the remaining funds. Right now, it's about 1.1 million. If we reopen this for a week, that's going to cut into that a little bit. But whatever those leftover funds are at that point, this resolution approves a second program that I'm proposing be later on in the year. At some point, administration would track what's going on and try to determine need and bring it back to council for their approval for both the guidance, if it does vary from the first program, and then also the timing of it as well.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, a follow-up on that. I guess the intent that we had passed before this was that it was their leftover was gonna be shared to businesses, and from my opinion, it was because the nonprofits had the ability to get up to 50,000, and the highest businesses could get was to 10,000, and personally, I wanted it to be more equal, and so I felt like businesses were gonna have a second shot at, if there was money left over, to get some more money, and I guess maybe, would we limit it to businesses only, or would we open it up where in the future, I mean, it seems to me like I'm okay with giving more money to nonprofits, but I'm certainly also, I'm more trying to help businesses not fail in our town. I guess that's my intent. And so, I don't know, if it's for just to be opened up at a later date for whatever, I'm not in favor of it, but if it was to businesses like we originally intended, then yeah.
Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councilman Peterkin's comments, and I made, that motion to move that along, and since then, you've seen the list of who we've impacted in our community, and it's great, and even from the business community, I've received some personal phone calls just say thank you to the council for moving so fast. I too wanted to move quickly on the other monies, but the other thing I've heard, not only from our city manager, but from other municipalities through AML and different aspects that way, is that a lot of them are using our example and running with it, but they've made some improvements to it. And so I now have to agree with the city manager that we might see some things that we want to do or be able to help maybe we want to help the smaller businesses instead of anybody that applies. There might be some lesson learned and we'll be out of money. So I like the idea of waiting a little bit. He doesn't say how long it has to be. Any one of us could, but I think holding on to a little that can really make some impacts or additional impacts to real small businesses that might keep them in business, or medium-sized that needs the help. So I guess I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm hearing across the state, and a lot of people are impressed that the city of Kenai moved as fast as they did. And I support this resolution because it shows we moved maybe a little too fast, and a few people that are well-deserving should be able to participate in the program that we just ended. So with that, I hope that answers your question, but I like the idea. I think the city manager will come back with something very positive for our residents and our small business. But I would agree, I hope he keeps it, unless there's a strong reason, more focused on business when he comes back with the excess funds that need to be expended. Thanks.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. And to answer your question specifically, Councilmember Peterkin, the resolution as written right now is for businesses only for the remaining funds. So it would open up for that 7-day period for both nonprofits and small businesses. But once that period is over, any remaining funds would be for businesses only, the way that this is currently drafted.
Thank you for that clarification. I actually would support that, and I'm in total favor of extending it if some businesses or nonprofits missed out.
And just for clarification, Mr. Ostrander, this is separate from the individual assistance that that fishermen would be able to participate in. That would be opening later also.
Yes, Mayor Gabriel, that's later in tonight's agenda. We'll discuss that.
Okay, very good. Any further discussion on resolution number 2020-54? Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to point out, because maybe as we forget, that in the amendment that was made would actually take that extra money. This is how it was set up, because we didn't think there was going to be that much, and it would prorate it between the existing businesses that had applied. So we'd be giving all of those businesses, divide that $1 million. But this'll, does a number of things. It'll impact positively additional businesses, so I just wanted to clarify that too.
Thank you. Any other discussion on resolution number 2020-54? Councilmember Navarre?
Just another question maybe for the administration. He referenced some late file applications. Is it the intent that the administration will call those if they have to refile under the new program, or whether their application will be accepted under the new extension if the council passes this tonight?
Mr. Ostrander?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Navarre. So any applications any late file applications that we receive, we'll reach out to those individuals and tell them to resubmit once we get that back online, and we'll tell them to resubmit. So we'll reach out to anyone who has late filed.
Request unanimous consent.
Very good. I do have a little housekeeping here. Ms. Hines, would this be appropriate time to read in the last, the correspondence we got from Mr. Berga? Is it too early to make the lay down?
Sure, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Mr. Berga, plant manager of Pacific Star Seafoods, noted that they received a check for $10,000. They thanked the city and were greatly appreciative of it. They asked if the council would be moving to a round 2 of funding as indicated by the city council at an earlier meeting. That's the sentence that relates to this topic.
Thank you. And I guess we could have fallen back on the bike path because but I think it was mentioned that they did support the bike path
Yep,
project.
they also mentioned that they would support the bike path.
Yes. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-54 is adopted. Next, we'll move to resolution item D13, resolution number 2020-55, approving rent relief measures for Kenai Municipal Airport concessionaires during mandatory closures caused by COVID-19 public health emergency. And this is brought forward by administration. Councilmember Naxton.
I'll move to adopt resolution 2020-55.
Second?
Is there anybody in the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-55? I don't think anybody's in the pool, so we'll bring it back to council. Comments, Councilmember Peterkin.
I was just breezing through here. I don't know. My brother and his wife own the bar, but I think it's just with the restaurant here. Or is it? Yeah.
You think you have a conflict?
I don't think I have a conflict, but I just like to disclose it so people know.
Do you have a financial interest in the bar or the restaurant?
No, none at all.
Okay. I will rule that you do not have a conflict unless there's an objection from the body. Seeing no objection. Any other comments or deliberation on resolution number 2020-55? Councilmember Naxton.
Just a couple of questions. We have 2 concessionaires, but I think the car rentals could be, or could there be other concessionaires that aren't being included that maybe should be? And then secondly, this is worded heavily with the CARES, the COVID Act, or the COVID situation. So I was wondering if the airport was going to be, if there's any money to make the airport whole by the loss of the rental.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Naxted. So the only concessionaires that would qualify under this resolution are those that were mandated to close by the governor's mandate. So only the bar and restaurant would qualify under this resolution. As far as keeping the airport whole because of the loss of that revenue, the CARES Act money that we got as a city would not apply towards that because it doesn't allow for revenue replacement, but the 1.7 million that the airport got certainly would counter these revenue losses plus the other revenue losses that they've experienced.
Thank you, and that's right, that's what the intent was.
Any further discussion on resolution number 2020-55?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-55 is adopted. Next, we're moving to item D14, resolution number 2020-56, approving a grant disbursement program for individual assistance, utilizing funds from the Corona Aid Relief and Economic Securities Act, or CARES Act, brought forward by administration. And Councilmember or Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to adopt resolution number 2020-56.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-56? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council. Mr. Ostrander, could you give an overview on this?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Did you ask for an overview?
Yes, just on this, because this is separate from the business rate pool of money, so I think there might be interest in.
Yeah, so this resolution authorizes actually 5 additional programs that we've looked at administratively. Some of them are specific requests that we've heard from council over time, and others are internally generated programs that we thought made sense. The first one, and these are all actually coming from the individual assistance bucket. So that is $900,000 that council originally appropriated and put in that department, that individual assistance department. So the first one is an individual assistance to small business, actually very small businesses. So these are businesses that have gross revenues between $25,000 and $50,000. So the original program excluded these businesses because you had to have gross revenues in excess of $50,000. So this is $150,000 that was set aside for those businesses that fall between a gross revenue of $25,000 and $50,000. Again, they would have to certify that they were impacted by COVID-19. They'd have to be physically located in Kenai. They have to self-certify that they need the assistance. If they meet those requirements, then they would receive a grant of $1,000. So that's the first one of these. The second one is individual assistance to commercial fishers. And in this case, these are grants that would be flat at $1,000. It requires that they have a fishing permit, and then this could be a fishing permit anywhere in the state of Alaska. It could be Bristol Bay, it could be halibut fishing out of Kachemak, it could be salmon fishing here locally. The key is that they have to have landings in 2019, and in addition to that, they have to be a City of Kenai resident, so they have to reside within the city. They also need to show that they have revenues of at least $25,000 in 2019. So landings in excess of $25,000 in revenue, and they have to live within the City of Kenai. So again, if they qualify, and they also have to show that they were impacted by COVID, they have to show us how they were impacted, that they need the assistance, those would be $1,000 grants to the commercial fishers as well. There's also a rental and mortgage relief component of this. This one actually has changed a little bit since we've published the packet. The idea here was Alaska Housing Finance is going through a rental assistance and mortgage relief program. They had a significant amount of money that they provided for folks to apply, and the thought was that they were going to have too many applications to be able to fund the program completely. And if they had too many applications, they were going to go through a lottery process. And the thought here was the losers of that lottery process that happened to reside in the City of Kenai, we could utilize their process and just pay them the $1,200 because they hadn't gotten it through Alaska Housing. Come to find out, Alaska Housing is able to pay everyone who applied. So there are no losers in the lottery, so we cannot apply this directly. So this portion of this, the way we've drafted this, is not going to work, but one of the things we may want to consider, as we discussed earlier, maybe in the fall when the additional unemployment benefits run out and when the PFDs that are going out today get spent, we could actually see a significant need later in the fall. So we could, again, utilize the list of folks that apply for Alaska Housing later on in the year and potentially stand up a program that would provide this relief to those folks. But because this has changed since we published this packet, at this point, what we're proposing right here won't work exactly as we've drafted it. So we'll have to come back to council at some other point to determine whether or not there's some other way that we can utilize that AHFC program. The next one is mental health services. We heard from council at the last meeting that this was something that likely some City of Kenai residents are going to be needing. So what this would do we would go through a competitive process to pick a service provider for mental health services, and that contract would be in the amount of $50,000. Individuals could apply for this program and have no more than 6 counseling sessions that could be paid for through this grant process. It would be on a first come, first served basis, but it would be a competitive procurement process to determine who the service provider would be, and then this would be offered to Kenai residents. The last one is similar to the mental health services, but it's small business development and marketing services. Again, we would go out through a competitive process to find a marketing firm that could provide marketing support services for Kenai businesses. So we would this provide $50,000 again, be $1,000 credit for each eligible small business. So we prop this up, we pick the marketing firm, then the business would contact the City of Kenai. We'd make sure that they qualified, and there wouldn't be a lot qualifying other than they had to be a business that was located in the City of Kenai. They would then work with the marketing firm. The marketing firm would provide them $1,000 worth of free services. That could be establishing a better web presence. It could be putting together a marketing plan. Whatever they would want to do, they would go to that marketing firm and get $1,000 of services. And then our thought there was that, particularly as we're recovering from COVID, marketing and even online marketing is going to be critically important for our local businesses, and we thought this was a way to provide them that direct support for their marketing. So those are the 5 programs that are included in this resolution, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I guess I really like this, first of all. A couple concerns. The first one is I think most of the drift fleet last year, and I don't know if you're gonna make the $25,000 threshold in 1 year. I don't think most of them delivered $25,000 worth of fish last year. I don't know, Brian, you might be able.
Well, I heard that the fleet average was probably around $15,000,
Yeah.
I think, gross dollars, and I don't think that was poundage.
My brother's was one of the. He fished it pretty hard, and I think he made like 13,000 last year delivering.
Mm-hmm.
Made his boat payment in $3,000 and whatever. But so we might consider that, and the ones that made over 25 maybe are in better shape than the ones that didn't. The other thing, and I should have did better homework, was the mental health. Would we connect with somebody locally? I'm hoping in the city of Kenai, or try to, I would assume. Thanks.
Mr. Ostrander.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Peterkin. The idea would have those services locally so that folks could attend locally.
Any further discussion? I want to thank you for capturing a lot of what we talked about in the work session. Mr. Persley, I see he's online. I'd like to thank your efforts also, but I think all those sort of boxes we kind of wanted to see checked during the work session were captured nicely, in my opinion. So thank you for that. And then I do have one other, probably more of a question for Mr. Ostrander.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just wanted to address Councilmember Peterkin's concern about the 25,000, and I think it's a legitimate one, and I'd encourage the council to modify this guidance appropriately. The reason, just so you understand the reason why we did that, we wanted it to mirror the small business part, which requires at least $25,000 in gross revenues. But considering how poor 2019 was, not something I had considered, so it probably is appropriate to modify that, and this is an opportunity to do that.
Would you like to make an amendment, Mr. Peterkin?
Yeah, I'd like to modify it to something like maybe $10,000 in gross revenue, so we
Second. Request unanimous consent.
Very good. Any discussion? Councilmember Naxton?
On a number of the five, getting the word out is pretty clear, and who you're gonna talk to and all that. The commercial fishermen are getting ready to gear up like tomorrow, some of them anyway, and others, and I'm not sure how the word's gonna get out to this group, and I think there was another one here, just some of those individuals. What's your plan on that?
Mr. Ostrander?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Naxted, we'll try to follow a similar plan as we did last time, which is get the word out through all the avenues that we have. The one thing we did do for the commercial fishery grant is extend that period all the way to the end of August, recognizing a lot of commercial fishermen are probably not in touch right now. They're worried about fishing, not worried about applying for a grant. So we did extend it all the way to the end of August, hoping that would give those folks time to know about it. But we'll reach out to all the commercial fishing organizations and make sure that they know it, and they'll send that information out to their members. So hopefully with that effort and with extending it to the end of August, the majority of these fishermen will be in the know.
And I guess my question is that information on our website right now, or will it be on if it's not already, as far as for the open application period and those sorts of things for the individual assistance?
Yes, we'll have all that information online like we did with the first program. And it will take us a while to get this all put together and be provided online, but yeah, that information will be there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Peterkin?
Yeah, I guess one other thing on the commercial fishing one, and I don't know if we want to open it up this far, but where it says, commercial permit holders who reside in the city of Kenai and reported landings in 2019 with revenues, I just wonder, there's a lot of people that fish out of Kenai that live in Nikiski or live in Soldotna or live other places, so I don't know if we'd want to make that a or. I mean, it would open the door to a lot more people, but then I don't know that, it's $1,000. I don't know how many. Yeah, so it might be the borough, like Jim just said.
And I actually had someone ask me about that also, and I pointed that out, that the borough, they're getting COVID relief money too, and they're certainly welcome to reach out to folks within the borough.
So would be appropriate then, so that's fine.
Yep. Any other discussion on resolution number 2020-56? I do have, maybe before we vote on this, and maybe a question for legal, Mr. Bloom. This is sort of, we've gone through this, and it dawned on me after I think the last meeting, or after we talked about this, that there's folks on this body that through their businesses or would be eligible for part of this fund. Do we need to declare a conflict before we vote on this, or I just want to make sure that that we're transparent in our process here.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. If council members would like to disclose any potential conflict, I think that'd be appropriate, but I don't think there is an actual conflict, because this is a program that affects everybody in the city, not just a small group of people or businesses that council members might be a part of, but it's citywide, and it's open to, like I said, a widespread group, everybody essentially within the city.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Is there any other discussion on resolution number 2020-56? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
On the amendment, unanimous consent was requested.
Yes. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, so we have resolution number 2020-56 as amended.
Request unanimous consent on that also.
Thank you, Councilor Navarre. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-56 is adopted. Next up, we have resolution number 2020-57, authorizing the award of a construction agreement for the Peninsula Avenue Bluff Erosion Repair Project brought forward by administration. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move to adopt resolution 2020-57.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-57? I don't believe we have anybody online, and with that, we do have a proposed substitute that was in the laydown. Councilmember Naxton.
Move to replace resolution 2020-57 with resolution 2020-57 substitute.
Second, and request unanimous consent to the amendment.
Unanimous consent was requested to the amendment. Is there any objection? Seeing none.
Just,
Oh,
I don't have an objection. I have a question for the administration. Does this award benefit us on the bluff erosion project? Because to me, it would have been impacted or necessary to address during the project.
we're moving the substitute right now, Mr.
Oh, sorry.
So we can, that was unanimous unanimous consent was requested on the substitute. Okay, seeing none, we have resolution number 2020-57 substitute. Councilmember Navarre.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the administration could tell me whether we get credit for in-kind.
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Navarre, we will not get credit for in-kind on this one. Primarily because we're not under any sort of contractual agreement with the Corps at this point to do this. You know, this is something that had to be done or we're gonna lose Peninsula. If we were a little bit further along in the process with the Corps, it's possible that we could have asked for and potentially got in-kind contributions. But at this point, we won't.
And could you give us just a brief overview of the difference between the original ordinance and the substitute, or resolution rather?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and I was actually just looking through my packet trying to determine what the difference between the two is, and I don't see any differences between the original and the substitute.
Okay, do we need to make any amendments to the substitute that we move for the original?
No.
Okay, you're good with that?
The only addition, I'm sorry, Mayor Gabriel, the only addition is actually with the memo itself. There's additional information included on the memo that wasn't included in your original packet. So if you look at your laydown, there is a detail of the storm drain manhole, and also on the next page, an overview of the project. Councilmember Glenn Denning had asked that we provide that information so that council had a better sense of what was being done on the site.
Very good, very much appreciated. Councilmember Glenn Denning?
Yeah, are we to the discussion point?
Yes.
Yeah, as usual, my eyes failed me and I can't read the writing on the laydown. Could someone just step through the highlights of what we're doing to say the flow from Peninsula to the river?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Glenn Denning, I'd ask Mr. Curtin to walk you through the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Curtin?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mr. Glenn Denning. Yes, I added a couple of additional photos there to help you out. Basically what we're doing is the erosion has been approaching Peninsula Avenue in the last 18 months in particular. It's been getting closer and closer to the roadway itself. So basically this project is going to tie an existing storm drain into a new manhole. And we're essentially creating a small catch basin area. So instead of the water being able to free flow off the bluff and carry a bunch of sediment with it, we're going to slow it down and control it with this structure. So a manhole's going to come in, it's going to catch that majority of water, and then we're going to direct it through a pipe down to the beach level where it'll discharge into riprap. And then we're going to go ahead and fill in all the areas that have settled and establish grassing and stuff to basically prevent that from happening in the future. So
Did the city attempt something like this in the distant past? Remember, we had a bunch of material staged over by the FAA grounds and had to go in that area to fill in some slough off, or am I misremembering?
Mr. Ostrander, Mr. Curtin?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendenning, if it happened before my time, and I'm not familiar with what was done.
Yeah, I
Mr.
think
Eubank might-
rather than just, keep piling dirt in there, I think this is a better remedy for our situation. So it'd be almost like it goes into this little catch basin and like a, for a better word, a culvert that goes down to the river.
So this is a permanent fix. So we are tying in existing storm drains into a new structure which does not exist today. So currently it basically daylights and it just runs off the bluff, which you can see from the erosion that's taking place. So we're literally carrying water 80 feet down the side of the sand bluff. So this will discharge the water into a large manhole which will absorb all the energy out of that pipe that'll go down to the beach. So anything that, all of the power of the water will not be subjected to the bluff at all until it reaches the bottom of the bluff where it'll discharge into large rock. So this is a permanent fix. And the only, going forward, the only thing that's gonna affect that area will be wind and rain, that falls on the area outside of that. So it's a long-term fix.
Okay, thanks, because I know I'd be asked about it, so.
I see Mr. Eubank, maybe wanting to, go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Blending. Those piles of dirt I think you're referring to, I wouldn't say they're similar, but we did similar type repairs on Frontage Road and at the Senior Center parking lot in the past where we had the same type of deal, erosion that was threatening those roadways in that parking lot. So I think that's what you're remembering where that dirt went.
Thank you.
Yeah, Frontage Road was just fairly recently, actually. And,
We also I had Public Works staff go over last year, you might recall that we took down some of the dead spruce beetle trees that were kind of limiting in that area, and we, in-house, we cleaned up some of the area in preparation for this project taking place.
so Mr. Curtin, just while I got you up here, and this is a little bit off topic, but it's kind of on the same course here. We have a similar issue over on Cook Inlet Drive that may need to be addressed at some point, similar to this, or?
We do, so you're probably referring to Cook Inlet, actually, Councilman Peterkin and I looked at that here recently. And then Bryson Avenue is actually one that I've met with the city manager about. There is an actual storm structure that discharges out that we're actually looking at.
Okay.
Doing some work on now, starting a design process.
Okay.
To begin addressing that.
Very good. Thank you. With that, is there any other discussion on resolution number 2020-57? As amended, or substitute rather?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-57 substitute is adopted. That brings us to resolution number 2020-58, authorizing the award of construction agreement for the Kenai Beach Vault Restroom Projects, and brought forward by administration. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxted.
Move to adopt resolution 2020-58.
I second that.
Is there anybody in the general public that would like to speak to resolution 2020-58? Nope. Okay, very good. With that, we'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Naxted.
Yeah, move to replace resolution 2020-58 with resolution 2020-58 substitute.
Second, request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we now have before us resolution number 2020-58 substitute. Pleasure, council. Comments from council? Mr. Ostrander. I think this is just a fill in the blank, right?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. This is just to fill in the blank. One thing that I wanted to bring to council's attention is if you'll look at the memo in your laydown, it talks about what we had anticipated this project would cost and where it actually came in. When we went through the work session with council to determine how to utilize these grant funds, this was one of the projects that council supported. But when we had estimated the cost of these vault restrooms, we had estimated that the cost would be $180,000. As you see here, this resolution authorizes a purchase order in the amount of $378,000, so almost $200,000 more than what we had anticipated. So the way this resolution is drafted is that council could approve it. It would authorize that purchase order in the amount of $378,000, but what that does is it removes $200,000 from that grant that we had originally thought could be used for something else. As you recall, there's that $400,000 that at one point there were some discussions about constructing a campground on South Spruce with that 400. That 400 is still sitting there unallocated essentially, but what this resolution would do if awarded would take half of that money and use it towards vault restrooms. The options that are considered in this memo, one is that we could bid this at some time later in hopes that we get more contractors that bid on it. There's no guarantee that that is going to result in lower bids. You know, our analysis of this after the fact, after we got through the bid process, is this number is probably, at least the $378,000 number is probably in the realm of where it should be. So I think our thought is if we did go back out, it's likely not going to result in significantly lower bids than what we have now. But I just want to bring that up so that council understands that if this resolution is approved, it does utilize $200,000 of that grant that we had originally thought we'd be able to use for something else.
So what does that leave for the balance in the grant then, overall, Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm not sure what the total balance is of the grant. You know, we've essentially allocated all
Right.
but $400,000 of it. Assuming all the other allocative estimates are correct, we'd have $200,000 left.
That's unallocated or unspoken for, yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this. I want to be clear. I mean, it's what it says. We're building basically in 3 different locations, bathrooms, and especially the ones up by the ball fields that can be used not just for dip netting, but when the ball fields are in use. But this may sound crazy. These are not the stainless steel prison toilets, are they?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Peterkin. Mr. Curtin would have to talk about whether it's stainless steel prison toilets, but what I will tell you is that this resolution does not award the ball fields. That's a separate contract. This is the vault restroom at the end of South Spruce, I believe 2 at the end of Meeks Trail, and then 1 on South Beach. The Little League bathroom is a separate contract.
And these are bathrooms you can wash your hands in and have running water, and they're no longer a vault, correct?
These are vault restrooms only. They're similar to what we have at Dobbin Spec and at the end of South Spruce now. No running water. They're just vault restrooms. And if you want your toilet question answered, I don't know if Mr. Curtin can answer that for you.
Mr. Curtin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Peterkin, the structure, after you brought this up, I believe a month or 2 ago, and I did go back and speak with the design team. And with a vault restroom, I was not able to go to like a porcelain type, but what we did is we have a stainless base that I believe has a more conventional fiberglass type seat that's being attached to it. So the engineers are fairly adamant the longevity of the vault restroom being able to last. That stainless was an important part of that, and the seats are a relatively inexpensive thing to swap out on a as-needed basis. So they'll be they won't be minus 20 degrees to sit on necessarily, but they will still have some stainless steel components.
Thank you.
For maintenance purposes. And if I may,
Yes.
I just wanted to speak to, part of what the original estimate of $180,000 was based on. It was based on the last time, roughly 10 years ago, I think the last time that we did one of these vault restrooms. And I went back and I looked at some of that information. the last time that this was bid, we actually had one very low bidder out of 10. So the winning bidder last time was literally 100% lower than the average of the other 9 bidders. So we happened to get a very good bid, and in looking at this, developing the estimates, we looked at what the contract was last time. We didn't necessarily look at all of the other bidders that bid to kind of get an average of that price. So that's kind of skewed the range of some of that pricing. So kind of looking at that now with it, 10 years later, it does appear to be in line with what you would expect on average with the other contractors.
Mr. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just for the city manager, so are the funds already allocated for the vault restroom for the ball fields so that this won't, so that we're not into the balance?
Mr. Ostrander?
Yeah, through the mayor, Vice Mayor Malloy, it is, and I believe that one is, the cost estimate on that is $125,000 for the ball field, so that has already been allocated. This will not cut into that one at all.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, and just to close the circle, then by installing these vault restrooms, that will reduce or potentially eliminate a lot of the ongoing expense for PU fishery for the porta potties and such. Is that correct? It'll reduce some of the demand for that item.
Mr. Ostrander?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendenning, it will reduce some of those costs. It will reduce all the costs for porta potties on North Beach. However, we will still have the costs with dumpsters on North Beach, porta potties on South Beach, and dumpsters on South Beach. So it is a component of it. The payback on this is many, many, many years, but eventually it will get paid off, and it will be a small cost savings. $15,000 a year-ish probably is what we're seeing as a cost savings.
So, Mr. Ostrander, I did have a question about the one on the South Beach, because I imagine we're still going to be doing most of the porta potties because of the separation between where this proposed vault would go, vaulted toilet, and then the one, the ones down there at the beach. But outside of dip net season, I mean, what kind of use do you think this one would get? I have concerns about the amount of use, sort of cost benefit of what we're spending for that. And I don't know if you broke those out in lots within this bid, but we've had problems with vandalism down there already this winter. So I guess I see the value in the North Beach because it does a lot of the replacement of the porta potties for the dip net fishery, but I'm struggling with a little bit with the South Beach of some of the issues we might be having with vandalism.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The benefit to the personal use fishery for South Beach is much less than what it is on the North Beach. I mean, those North Beach vault restrooms are going to get a lot of use in July, no question. The South Beach vault restroom is going to get some use and probably increased use during dip net. But again, not nearly as much as on the North Beach. The primary benefit that I see of the South Beach vault restroom is really for residents that utilize that access to get down and access the beach and walk the beach outside of the dip net fishery. As far as vandalism down there, it is something that we've been struggling with. We've committed to increasing or improving our cameras down there so that we can get a better view of that, and we're hoping that will limit some of that vandalism. But South Beach, certainly during dip net fisheries, that restroom's going to get less than the ones on the north.
Do you have an estimate of what this might look like if we amended this to exclude the South Beach or vault, or is that something that could be done?
We didn't specifically bid it on a unit pricing basis. They're about $90,000.
Okay.
Facility, so that's a 2-seat vault.
Yeah.
Yeah. So about $90,000.
Yeah. Yeah, two holders have gone up quite a bit since the Homestead days, that's for sure. Okay, any further discussion? Thank you, Mr. Curtin. Any discussion on resolution number 2020-58? Substitute, Councilmember Peterkin.
No, I just want to speak in support. I think we need to do this, and even, like Paul said, the people that just go to the beach year-round over on South Beach, I understand the vandalism, but I also understand the quality of having a place to go to the bathroom is really, really nice. So I'm in support of it.
Any other discussion on resolution 2020-58 substitute?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-58 substitute is adopted. That brings us to resolution number 2020-59. Mr. Naxted.
Yeah, I move to adopt resolution 2020-59.
I guess I could read it.
Second.
Resolution number 2020-59, requesting the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities warranty and maintain responsibility of Beaver Loop Road improvements for a reasonable time after city begins maintenance activities. This is brought forward by Councilmember Naxted. Councilmember Naxted, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. This resolution is fairly
Well,
straightforward.
let's go ahead and move it, because I should have read it.
Okay.
And
you
then,
want me to
because
move
I got
it
a call
again?
for,
Move
just,
to adopt resolution
Yeah.
2020-59.
Second.
yeah, I got to go to public hearing. So is there anybody from the public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-59? I think there's anybody online. So now we'll bring it back to council member. And actually, before we do that, now that it's on the floor, I'd like to pass the gavel to Vice Mayor Malloy.
I have the gavel. Go ahead, Mayor Gabriel.
So I'd like to disclose a conflict, a fairly large conflict in this case, because what this resolution would do would request that the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities warranty and maintain the responsibility for Beaver Loops. So for a period of time, I think it was for 3 years after substantial completion efforts gets done. And I'm actually the maintenance and operation foreman that would oversee the maintenance of this road or the possibly warranty issues, and that kind of puts me in an awkward position as being the mayor of the city for at least two of my remaining years, and then being the foreman for the maintenance and operation. So I'd just like to ask the Vice Mayor for a ruling, or the Chair for a ruling, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I appreciate your disclosure. I think this is a little bit different than Ordinance 3137, as you disclosed, because you would be, you're in your position, your scope of your job duties, you would oversee the maintenance and the responsibility that might continue for a period of time if the department concurred with the resolution. So I would rule that you do have a conflict of interest and ask you to abstain from voting on the matter.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy.
All right. So it's now back to council. Is there any comments or discussion from council? Oh, yes. You didn't. Excuse me. Is there any member of the public that would wish to speak to resolution number 2020-59?
He did open it up for public hearing, but there is no public.
Thank you. There being nobody from the public and the mayor having taken it back for discussion, I guess. Councilmember Naxted, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you. We were kind of starting and stopping there, and I kind of lost track myself. Me too. So, pretty straightforward resolution. It essentially just asks the state to warranty any defects for up to 3 years on the Beaver Loop project that's nearing final completion right now. Back in your packet there, you'll see it in 2012, the city manager at the time signed an MOU with the state saying, okay, the state's going to contract with an engineer, design it, and then they'll contract with a contractor, inspect it, and then they'll hand it over to the city, which seemed reasonable. And there's nothing in there about warranty or anything like that. And then later on, Mr. Ostrander signed the quitclaim deed, which is also appropriate. But I'm sure within the contract, between the state and the contractor, which we're not really a part of, there's probably a warranty in there also, and that warranty most likely is for a year, and it probably is for construction issues and not necessarily design issues or anything else that could be claimed or whatever. But nonetheless, the city will have ownership of the property, the facility, and be responsible for it. And hopefully there isn't any issues, and it really shouldn't be a problem if there's no problem with the design, construction, or any of that within 3 years. We're talking about guardrails falling over, light poles, those kind of things. The city's going to be maintaining it appropriately, and frankly, if there was any issues, I take comfort with the knowledge that our mayor will be out there, could be out there fixing them. But at any rate, there's nothing in the contract between the city and the state that allows that for that. So, this is a request for the state to do so, and if nothing else, it's just a kind of a request at this point, a point in time. So I just request your support.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you, Councilmember Naxted. I think this is very appropriate, and I'm in full support of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Peterkin. Councilmember Glendening.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy. Yeah, this is a very, very timely and well thought out resolution, and hopefully it doesn't presage any discussions we may have with the state in the future regarding a bike path. And I think this gives maybe some arrows in the quiver for our city manager when he's negotiating, saying that these are our concerns. These are things that we ask, and I think it's a very, very timely resolution, and I wholeheartedly support it, and just wish we could have had maybe a little more insight and oversight when this was initially signed off on. But that's water over the dam, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Glendening. Are there any other comments by council?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent has been requested. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, the resolution passes by unanimous consent. The
Thank
gavel
you.
goes back to the mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy. Next up, we have under item G6, action agenda, approving officials' bond amounts for city manager, city clerk, and finance director. This is brought forward by administration.
Point of, we have unfinished.
Oh, I thought that was a different meeting. I'm sorry. No, okay, I see where this is going. Under item F1, unfinished business, ordinance number 3128-2020, amending Kingdom Municipal Code, Section 1.85.040, records public to provide for a record retention length. This is brought forward by the city clerk. And the clerk's note at the June 3rd meeting, this item was postponed to this council meeting. A motion was adopted on the floor. And this was, I believe, a companion legislation to our vote by mail. Is that correct, Ms. Hines?
That's correct, and it would be appropriate to postpone this one to the August 19th meeting as well.
Very good. Pleasure, Council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to postpone ordinance number 3128-2020 to the August 19th meeting.
I'll second that.
Request unanimous consent.
Very good. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, ordinance number 3128-2020 is postponed to our August meeting. Next, now I guess we're on item G6, action agenda, approving officials bond amounts for city manager, city clerk, and finance director. This is brought forward by administration. I guess this is, we don't have to open up for public comment, but I guess, do we want to hear from Mr. Eubank on what we're doing here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. So within city code, it requires that council establish the bonding amounts for the city manager, the city treasurer, and the finance director, and which includes the clerk, I think, in that description. So under our previous insurance with Alaska Public Entity, they carried that policy carried $1 million limit for employee dishonesty. The policy that we just signed with AMLJIA only has a $500,000 limit for employee dishonesty, so it's half as much. And I think that's reflective of why in the past council set the bonding amounts for the positions at the levels they did. They were relatively low. I worked with our insurance broker to get quotes on additional bonding for the 3 positions. We can get $100,000 of additional bonding for each of the 3 positions for less than $400. If council would like to go back up to about the $1 million total bonding amount for the 3 positions, it's about $5,250. So completely at council's discretion, but I recommended buying additional bonding of $100,000, combining that with our liability insurance policy would give $600,000 total insured value for employee dishonesty on the 3 positions. The $500,000 with AMLJIA applies to any city employee, not just the 3 positions, just so people knows. But this is a reduction of that amount that's on these 3 positions.
Thank you, Mr. Ebank. Any discussion? Vice Mayor Malloy.
So I move to approve additional bonding of $100,000 for the city manager, city clerk, and finance director.
Second.
Second, is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Petty.
I have a question for the finance director. Is that per individual, or is that collective?
Mr. Eubank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Petty, the $100,000 would be on each position, and it's actually, so bonding can be done a couple different ways. It can be done on the individual, or it can be done by position. These would be done by position, so if any of those people change in those positions, it would still cover those positions for the remainder of the fiscal year.
So that would be $600,000 on each position?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Peterkin.
I guess maybe it's a point of clarification. Does our code right now say that we have to do it to $1 million?
Yes, I believe, well, Mr. Eubank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Peterkin, no, code does not prescribe the amount. It says that council has to establish the amount. So you could establish that amount at whatever you wanted, provided I could get bonding for for that amount. But no, $1 million is not required. I just wanted council to clearly know what it was in the past and what the change would be this year by what we're recommending.
Yeah, I guess that's where it was. It was what we had last year in our previous budget. Councilmember Peterkin.
No, I really appreciate that. I honestly think we should save the $400 and just leave it at $500K, and that's just my 2 cents. I don't really think it's going to make that big a difference if there's a problem.
Any discussion? Was that a motion to amend?
No, because I think that it's already on the table, so that's just my opinion.
Well, the motion is to add an additional 100,000 to the 500,000. Is that correct?
So I'm just against that, so I guess.
Okay. I see what you're saying. So you're just being a vote. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, I support Vice Mayor Malloy's amendment and Terry's recommendation, and it's entirely appropriate to have a bump of $100,000. And I read the fine print of the contract, and with that, if something does really go wrong, golden handcuffs would be applied instead of the silver one. So I think we have a benefit there. So I think we're in a good place to go with 100,000, and I will be supporting that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
No.
Councilmember Navar,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Nackstedt,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up, we have discussion, city response to COVID-19. Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So an update on our facilities and where we're at with those facilities. Rec Center actually did open up on a reservation-only status today. So if you want to go and work out at the Rec Center, it is available, but you do need to make a reservation with Boys and Girls Club. The library, we did open up next phase, which is limited browsing there, a limit of 30 minutes and limited capacity at the facility. City Hall, our doors are now open. It does not require a reservation to come into City Hall. We are still limiting capacity. We haven't run into a problem where we had too many folks in there, but you don't have to ring the doorbell at City Hall anymore. Visitor Center, no change. It's still open. Senior Center, there's no change. It is still closed, although the governor did remove the mandate that requires that senior centers are closed. I had a discussion with Kathy Romaine today, and she's uncomfortable at this point in making any changes. Her primary concern is that right now we're providing a lot of meals to a lot of folks, home delivery, and if we had a problem with employees there, we would lose that. So by opening it up, she thinks that it potentially puts those folks in jeopardy and we'll lose our meal delivery. So it's something that what I've asked her to do is put together a phased reopening plan so that we have something down and we know what it looks like if we do want to pull that trigger. But at this point, we're not anticipating any changes in the very near future. All the library folks that were furloughed are now back, so we're fully staffed at the library. The only two city employees that are still furloughed are at the senior center, and at this point, they're furloughed because of the change in activity there. They're frankly just not needed in those positions right now, so they will be furloughed for at least another month until something changes at the senior center. We have our first two employees that are working through the return to work protocols after traveling to the lower 48. They've actually both been authorized to return to work and minimize their interactions with other until they get their second negative test. I wanted to talk a little bit about the increase in cases that we've seen here recently. You know, we've got 89 cases in the last 2 days here in Alaska, which is a significant increase over what we have seen. Certainly, Seward had an outbreak this last week that was a result of just a couple spots where a lot of folks got infected. You know, I'm continuing to tell our folks that we need to be diligent. You know, we need to be smart, and we're clearly not past this thing. We're seeing increases that we haven't seen here as a state, and we need to be prepared to take some action if necessary, which would include some of these facilities that we've reopened, that we could potentially have to modify that going forward. And again, it depends on what that caseload looks like. I also think, you know, I mean, I know the Seward City Council is meeting, I believe, tonight to discuss the possibility of local mandates there. And it appears that, at least for now, that's the direction that the governor would like to go, that if there are outbreaks in smaller communities, that the communities need to decide whether or not mandates to protect their residents are necessary. So if we were to see a similar type outbreak here in the Kenai area, it would be up, you know, council would have to make the decision whether or not you wanted to call an emergency meeting of some type and consider some type of mandates that were applied only locally. Again, that's the council's purview. It's something that I think that councils across the state are going to have to consider as we go through this, because I don't think that, at least currently, that we're going to get that direction from the governor's office, certainly specifically to outbreaks that are happening in isolated areas in the state. But with that, that's all I have for a COVID update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the city manager? Mr. Peterkin?
The seniors, is it just kind of, I mean, obviously visitors or people can't come in, but I'm just trying, so seniors that live there, can they go down and have lunch, or do they just gotta order a meal to their room or something?
Mr. Ostrander?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Peterkin. There's no congregate meals
Goodbye.
at all right now. So if you live in Vintage Point and you want a meal, we'll deliver that meal to your room.
Any other questions of the city manager? Vice Mayor Malloy?
Not really a question. I just wanted to thank the city manager for the memo and the spreadsheet on the CARES Act grant program applicants. And appreciate, like everyone else has, the speed with which the original program went out. And like others, I've received a lot of verbal thank yous from businesses that were granted funds that, we haven't received anything in writing from that. So that's I think we're doing really well there. Just one question though, and maybe for legal, I know that I think under our code, the mayor could call a special meeting himself of sort of one that you're talking about if we got to that point, or for council members, but in the emergency legislation that we passed, did we vary that at all? If you recall, I mean, can the manager is that or is it still the same?
Mr. Bloom?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Malloy. I don't think that we did, but I will have to go back and look at that legislation, and I'll email council tomorrow.
Thank you.
I think for some reason, we still had that option available to be able to call a special meeting as a body. Councilmember Glendinning?
Yeah, as long as we're talking about the COVID money and whatnot, I was looking through the packet on my page 119, and it talks about nonprofits, and I have a question here. It says a nonprofit cannot obtain a grant through the City CARES Act fund program for nonprofits while also receiving a grant as a small business, even if the nonprofit also operates as a business in Kenai. Do we factor that in? In other words, they have a nonprofit, they have a small business, we just take their business opportunity out and.
Mr. Ostrander?
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Glendinning, we gave them the either or. You either choose the nonprofit side or the business side. You couldn't do both.
Okay. And then just a general question. For a while, it was understood that if an entity receives some money through a federal program or something else in excess of $5,000, they were ineligible for some of these programs now that have come along later. Is it true that someone could apply for, say, something, our city COVID money, and they also receive money from another source and refund the difference above 5,000 and then be eligible for our program?
Mr. Ostrander?
I thought I heard that on the radio, read it in the newspaper. It's a question I have.
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Glendinning, my understanding, the most recent modifications to at least the ADA grant, which is the business grant that the state has been providing, is that if a business has received money through a municipal CARES Act grant program, they are still eligible for the ADA grant.
No dollar ceiling?
No.
Thank you.
Any questions of the city manager? I do have one. So as we get into, like you said, these cases are sort of ramping up right now. Kenai's been holding pretty decent. I don't know if it's because there's lack of baseball scores that's the score. I look at every day and it is important to us to see how we're doing. But do you in your mind, do you have a threshold of, how as these cases ramp up, do we maybe really consider, masks in public or in public spaces, like they've done in Anchorage? I think there's probably, probably going to be some resistance to that, but, in some way, I think, and I'm one of these people that think that if you want to wear a mask, you should wear a mask. If you don't want to wear a mask, you shouldn't have to wear a mask, and you shouldn't get shamed or beat up with either position. That being said, I've also heard that, when everybody's wearing a mask, the transmission rate is cut drastically. So I guess my whole roundabout point to this is a question is like, have you got any thought, or as this moves up, how many additional cases do we have to go? I mean, we've jumped from the 10s to the 30s now. I mean, if we start getting into the 60s or 80s or doubling, maybe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. As far as the statewide, and how that continues to increase, I'm not sure what that looks like. As far as the city of Kenai goes and what our threshold is, I mean, we did get 2 cases yesterday, which is the first time we had received cases or gotten cases here in the city for a while. So I think as city, you need to watch your numbers specifically, and probably our surrounding communities as well, Nikiski and Soldotna. But I don't know what threshold it is that council should consider convening and considering additional measures. I think it was obvious to Seward when it happened, because it was so dramatic that they wanted to at least meet and discuss it. And I'm guessing for us, if it happens, it will likely be obvious as well. The entire community is going to be concerned because of a significant uptick in cases here locally, and then I think it would be obvious that the council should consider something.
Yeah, because I know there's concern. I got an email today, and I didn't see it was blasted to the rest of the council, but it was sent to me, and they might have been sent individually by Kenai. I presume it was a Kenai resident that was asking that we cancel the dip net fishery. I'm not advocating for that, but I've heard people, have a question why we're having the dip. Now there's certain things we can do with the dip net fishery, but they're asking the questions of, why do we cancel our 4th of July parade? All these other things that we've done, and we're on. I don't want to see that canceled. I think it's important for Alaska residents but we just need to be very careful that we absolutely mitigate the impacts to our residents that fishery can have. So, Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I personally am opposed to masks, but we're gonna see an uptick if 3,000 people come to our town. We're gonna see an uptick. I mean, there's no question, and we should all be thinking about that threshold in our mind of what we think it is. Going to Homer, I have a place in Homer as well, and I go there almost every week. And one thing they've done is on the way into town, the first thing they do is they have a phone number that you can immediately dial if you're feeling sick or have COVID, and it's on a big sign about 8 foot wide driving into town. And I think that's a really good idea. It's like tells you right where to go to get the test and all kinds of things. Resources that phone number has. The next thing it says is, they're requesting you wear a mask and exercise social distancing on a big reader sign. I don't know if we own a couple of those. I think we got some stuff like that. We might consider some things like that. I mean, I don't know that it really makes a difference or not. I see people, there's some stores in Homer that just literally say, don't come in unless you wear a mask. There's some stores in Kenai that say that. Frankly, I chose to not go to those stores and go to other stores, and some people love it, and they'll just go to those stores. So, I mean, so I think that there's a lot to think about here, but, those are some things that are one of our neighboring towns are doing. So,
and as far as the message boards go, that would be something I'm sure we could just during the dip net season pay for out of COVID money. I presume we're coming in on the spur and bridge access. where we do have a message out there to, you know, practice.
I'm recommending, sorry to interrupt,
Okay.
that I can't remember exactly what Homer says. I think it says, please wear a mask, but my recommendation would be like, we encourage you to, or something, not
Yeah, no.
you wear a mask.
No, but
You're different.
yeah, whatever the message is, that at least it gives people pause when they come down here to think about, you know, what, you know, if they are coming into our community, we would ask that they respectfully, you know, at least follow the guidelines, you know, and, Councilmember Petty. Turn your mic on, please.
Thank you. I would just like to go on the record as saying that we as the city council and as the city, we cannot cancel the PU. The personal use fishery is a state mandated function, and that would have to come from the state. We're, we have, if that's the way I'm understanding it, I mean, we have to oversee it, make those places accessible, and we're making everything in such a manner as to mitigate the contamination of individuals. But we, as a city council, cannot cancel that personal use fishery.
Sorry, I don't see us canceling the fishery. The point is that for just to do exactly that, to mitigate as much as possible, we do have the ability to close our beaches. That's not canceling the fishery. It's simply moving everybody out to either Kasilof or utilizing boats to fish with. So, but I'm not for that. I'm not suggesting that I'm just trying to get in everybody's mind here that we're going to have tens of thousands of people that are going to be visiting our community over the next 3 weeks, and there's going to be impacts there to our residents. So, Councilmember, actually, I think Councilmember Glendening had it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just going back a couple months, seemed like years ago, that the goal of all these mitigation efforts was to flatten the curve so as not to overwhelm the local medical facilities. And I think that would be a good starting point for any benchmark we're going to create. Some folks will have evidence of the virus and they'll be asymptomatic. Some of them may show that they had it, and it could be a result of the immunity that they've developed. So we have to factor in, just be a little more precise in our definitions, and that's all I'm asking, rather than, you know, someone test positive and oh my God, the world comes to an end. I think we can be sophisticated in that and understand the true meaning of what a test is. There are also such a thing as false positive tests. So we just have to have confidence in the testing and what we're actually calling out when a test is given. Thank you.
Right, and what I guess, again, is mitigating to the extent we can, because if we don't, we could end up with another lockdown. Look at the businesses in Seward that are closing because of this. I absolutely don't want to see us go into another, you know, restricted hunker down mode, which we, you know, did at first, but I think people are going to want to do that whatsoever. Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I liked what I heard from Councilman Peterkin about signs and Homer and that. What are we planning on? Are we getting some banners or some signs? Are we handing out a paper to everybody who comes through the gate? But I see a good positive as they're coming into town, you know, to remind them that keep safe distances. If you have them, wear masks. It's not mandatory. We're not saying it's mandatory, but I think it would be, I think we need to do that, especially with this fishery coming up and all the people coming in. Just to remind people, we gotta respect each other's space. Just because you don't want to wear a mask, you have to respect the distance. You know, that almost should be mandatory where possible. You know, it's hard to figure it out because a whole family could be right here fishing together. But but I think we should do some public awareness, so, signs and everything to remind people. So as you stated, Mayor, we're not having to figure out all these lockdowns after everybody leaves, because we didn't even suggest practices, other than what the governor does.
Mr. Ostrander?
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Navarre. So we are doing some things to get the message out to folks. The mirror hangers that folks get when they participate in the fishery, on the backside of that now is all COVID-related information, which suggests that you wear masks and socially distance, and all the recommendations of CDC and the state are included. So in their vehicle, it's going to be staring them in the face for all those folks that come both to the beach and to the dock. We also have updated all of our brochures for North, South Beach, and City Dock to include COVID information, reminding folks again to be safe, wear masks, socially distance. The DipNet app is another opportunity that we have to get the message out to folks, and we haven't specifically talked about that, but Terry may have actually talked about it with Dan Castmore about possibly sending out messaging through the DipNet app. So that's another thing that we are doing. Or potentially could do. As far as the signs coming into town, we haven't discussed that about putting up some sort of signage, but we certainly could. The reader board is something I believe we borrow every year that we have on Bridge Access Road. Is that correct, Terry, that we borrow that from someone?
We have in the past,
Right. So if council would like us to increase signage or put up some type of signage, and potentially put up some reader boards that had COVID messaging, we could do that in addition to the things that we've already done as far as through the mirror hangers, the brochures, and the DipNet app.
Councilmember Peterkin?
Yeah, a couple things. Okay, so I guess the message that I like is one is I know they're doing testing and the hospital has hotlines and they're doing testing over at the pharmacy in Soldotna. I saw they got a tent there and things. So I don't mind like putting that information out. Like if you're feeling sick, here's the number to call and here's the free test place. I like those kind of ideas. Maybe even put that on DipNet app. The other thing, and I'm not giving you direction, just suggestion. The other thing, the campaign that I really like, and I love it. I see it on the doors of businesses, and I think we should put it on our DipNet app. Is it says if you've tested positive, have a fever, or you're feeling sick, please don't come in here, or maybe don't go DipNetting this year, and we'll send you a couple fish or something. But no, it sounds kind of funny, but I'm really serious. This sounds so simple, but if you have a fever, you don't feel good, or you're sick, please do not come. Like, just don't go, oh, well, I'm not sure, or it's the flu or whatever. And it sounds kind of simple and stupid, but that's pretty serious on my end. Those are things to me that make a difference. Seward, a lead singer in a band, came to town, ended up hanging out with the bartender, and the next day the bartender gave it to all of them. And it came from Fairbanks band lead singer. They tracked it right down to what happened. Kind of a no-brainer, man. If you're not feeling good or you're positive, don't come play in the band, or don't go fishing or whatever you're coming here for.
So I guess for direction for administration, just maybe a nod of heads to see if, to the extent possible, that the administration can come up with more signage for the DipNet fishery. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I think in the community as a whole, as the DipNet fishery, it reminds our own residents who might not DipNet fish or get the information that way, as well as those. I mean, it's kind of interacting to both. That's what I think the broader signs do out and around. And I think having testing site signs might be a good idea also, just to reiterate. It kind of lets people know.
Yeah, I'd like to see on our DipNet app, just, however, I don't know exactly how it works, but if there's a little flash or news flash or some way to just say it is, here's, if, you know, if you're sick, here's the number, and then, again, just run those little ads that say, if you're not feeling good, you have the fever, or you tested positive, please don't go to the beach and infect other people, go home, or whatever, or get help.
And along those lines, it might be worth it to reach out to, you know, Anchorage news media like KTU, because I know they follow that fishery. They have their fishing report. Maybe to see if they'll put at least a blurb on there, you know, to that effect. That if you don't, number one is probably the biggest thing. If you don't feel well, yeah, stay home. Don't, yeah. Councilor next.
Living in the state of Alaska, in the United States, I suppose, I'm bombarded with this information daily. It covers the front page of the paper, all of that, and I guess my opinion is I appreciate what the administration is going to do. We have contact with almost everybody that goes to the beach, unless they sneak by, and they're getting the hanger things, or we're going to, you know, if they're launching a boat, you're doing all of that. I think the online is good, and perhaps, you know, reaching out to some of the news media and all of that, but I think then spending money for big banner signs and things like that, it's kind of is a little bit overkill. I mean, I don't need to see that, and around town, or we should be doing it right now. When I'm driving down into town and I might have a fever, where do I go? You know, without the city telling me where I might be able to go. I just don't think that it's necessary. I think what the city is planning on doing, from what I've gathered, is sufficient, and perhaps there's a few other little minor things, but I think renting new banner boards that direct people to the Soldotna Hospital or to one of the clinics or something like, I'm just not sure why the city would do that. But maybe the state should do that. You know, I guess, but that's kind of what I'm hearing. I thought, you know, I just don't see the reason for the additional expense. Maybe we should be giving out masks then. You know, I don't know, but I'm just saying the status quo, what I understand that the city's doing is reasonable and sufficient.
Any other discussion? And Councilmember.
I agree with Henry.
Yeah, I think my point is just that status quo is going to change here on July 10th. Council Vice Mayor Malloy.
I support the reader boards that Robert was talking about. Thank you.
And I guess at this point, like Terry said, it's, you know, availability might be an issue, so there might be it might be a moot point. But Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I want to be clear. I was just telling everyone what Home Row's doing. I wasn't advocating for it. If we got one in the backyard, man, throw it up. It doesn't matter to me. But I am advocating for like a free little thing on our DipNet app or whatever. But
So, Mayor Gabriel, so we will look to see what we can do with the DipNet app and add information on that. You know, a lot of the things that you're talking about, you know, if you feel sick, stay home, that's the type of information that we're providing on the mirror hanger and in the brochure, but we'll see if we can expand the DipNet app, and we'll also look into the reader board, see if potentially there's a reader board available and we can get some messaging on that. If I'm trying to read the council, if that sounds reasonable and sufficient to do that, that's the way we'll approach it.
What are we voting
You
on?
want your mic?
Whether the administration should try to track down reader board, portable message boards to put up a message. I think we're all in agreement with the DipNet app, is that right? So it's about the message boards. So if you or clerk, please call, let's say this. Yep, Councilmember.
You know,
DeVore.
there's, the manager, I mean, it was a compromise between those. I think we always have the reader board, we give information. Now you're gonna say, you can't say anything on the reader board about keeping a distance. I don't think we need a vote. I think people can agree with what he came up with. You know, we'll try to get it on and the reader board, if we get it, it can have the safety message on it.
Right, that's what I'm saying, but I got some members up here that are saying absolutely no to a message on a message board.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
That's not what I was saying. What I was hearing others say was, we need more message boards. We get the one from Soldotna, we can send Terry out to see if he can find others, and there might not be availability of all these others, but maybe we can pay enough to go get them. So if we got a message board that says, don't launch at minus tide or whatever, and oh, by the way, you know, it could say something else. That's not a problem. I just don't see a reason to scatter and to go searching for more reader boards around our town. That's what I was saying. I don't know.
Right, well, I was almost getting the point that people were not wanting any message about this on a reader board. That's I see, Jamie, you got your mic on.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I pulled up that ordinance that allows for deviating from code during this pandemic, and Section 3 states that notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the City of Kenai's Municipal Code of Ordinances, the city mayor or other current presiding officer, if the mayor is unavailable, has the authority to modify and or waive provisions of city code pertaining to scheduling, teleconference participation, public participation, and other related provisions of code related to meetings of the council and other advisory and adjudicatory bodies of the city council if deemed necessary for the public health and safety, provided that any modification and or waiver is in compliance with state law.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. So I guess we're okay with putting a message on the current message boards that we currently put up. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just fold it in.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Are we clear? You got direction, Paul? Okay. Thank you. I'll beat that horse down. Next commission committee reports, Council on Aging.
To be determined.
Okay.
I don't know when the next one will be.
July is canceled. Their next meeting is August 13th.
Mayor, I move we suspend the commissions. Everybody, there was no meetings between our last meeting, I don't think. And everybody's given their dates, or at least only address the ones that had a
I think there was
meeting.
planning and zoning. I mean, I guess if we go through and you didn't have a report, just say no report. Next Airport Commission.
July 9th.
Thank you. Harbor Commission.
No report, and the next meeting is August 10th.
Thank you. Parks and Recreation Commission.
No report.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Commission.
Planning and zoning met on June 24th. They had one action approval item, and that was, they recommended the approval of a 4-year lease renewal for basically Crowley, that one parcel north of where their pumps are. I'd like to point out, too, they did have somebody that came to speak, Laura Sievert, president on Beaver Loop. She had two points that she wanted to make, and it had to do with nearby gravel pits that are operating for the Spur Highway and as well as Beaver Loop, those operators. And those permits for those pits were transferred to them, and she felt that those conditional use permits should, when they get transferred, that everybody should be notified in the perimeter and so that they have an opportunity to comment. So she passed that on. She also had quite a, what seemed to be some documentation or a list of some sort of violations perhaps that those pit operators may be doing, and it may have to do with the Nadroma Stream ordinance with the borough, surface water, dumping of asphalt, things like that. And she felt that there needed to be more oversight and not the city, the state, and the borough perhaps we're relying just on residents, taking notes. And so, anyway, she gave the commission a fair bit of time, so I thought I'd pass that on. And their next meeting is next week on July 8th.
Thank you, Councilmember Naxted. Beautification Committee?
No report, and next time will be in September.
Thank you. Mini Grant Steering Committee, there is no report. On the report of the mayor, I had COVID cases on there, but I think we've pretty much, we've covered, exhausted, I like that, the discussion on that. Other than that, I did submit our letter on behalf of the city with the help of Ms. Hines for the request for recertification for CERCAC to the Coast Guard. That's in your packet there. It's a 3-year cycle, so we've done it in 2017. We're being consistent. And then I also came in this week, and I'm happy to say was able to sign the bonding documents for the to refinance the bond for the library, which I think will be a savings of about $126,000 somewhere in there, Terry, over the next 10 years. So I want to thank Terry for the work that he did on that and expediting that and taking advantage of the low interest rate. Other than that, I just want to thank the folks that showed up here, both online and in person. And just wanted to say that, although we're not going to have our 4th of July parade this year, and, that it's people can still celebrate as their family units and however they would like to. And I encourage people to do that. I hate not being able to do what we normally do to celebrate our country's birthday, and I've said this over now today more than ever. I think it's important that we, always have that sense of patriotism that we, instill it in our younger generation, because without that, we start disintegrating as a community and as a country. So with that, I'll end my report, move to administration reports, and move to City Manager, Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I wanted to give council an update on the land management plan. As you know, we've been working on this land management plan for a couple of years now. The draft has been completed. Christine has reviewed all the 46 different land areas that have been created in the land management plan. Christine and Elizabeth Appleby and I started going through each area as a group. We met once. We've completed 12 of the 46. So we need to go through the remaining 38, I guess 34 land areas. We'll be working through those after I return back to the office. Hopefully get through those pretty quickly based on what we got through in that first meeting. I think it will go relatively quick, but it's going to be a priority to get through that now. Also wanted to let council know that we did get an appeal of one of the appraisals for the city property. We had McSwain appraise all the properties on a 5-year schedule. We got an appeal from AIX, which is located off of Marathon Road. The McSwain appeal came in at $415,000. They appealed it and hired their own appraiser, and their appraiser came back at $390,000. Pursuant to code, I sat down with AIX and we negotiated, basically split the difference between the two appraisals. Both appraisals were valid. They just used slightly different comparables and came up with different. So we settled on a $400,000 value of the property. The difference in the yearly lease rate was $1,200 per year was the difference between what the McSwain appraisal and where we negotiated. Monday, Terry and I met with, and actually Stormy met with AML-JIA, our new insurance provider. We met with the risk managers. It was a promising start. It was a good meeting with those folks. They have a loss control incentive program that allows the city to get up to a 5% discount on our premium. And Terry, like he always does, is committed to try to maximize that as much as he possibly can. We are watching very closely if there's any increase in administrative demands as we move from APEI to AML-JIA. I'm hopeful that they won't be significant. I've been continuing to work with the borough on the city's, on the CARES Act allocation. I think I mentioned before that the significant amount of the economic activity, I guess I sent an email to council about the way that was allocated. So continuing to work on that to try to figure out how we can make sure that some of those borough dollars are used inside the municipal boundaries. And we'll continue to work on that to try to get resolution. Mary Toll, our grant writer, is done with her. She's decided that she's not a grant writer, so she's moved on from grant writing. So we will be looking to recruit someone else to fill her role going into next year. She did a great job creating a foundation for the next person that comes in, put together a great database with all the information that's needed for grants, has a lot of grants that she's basically put on a watch list that we'll be able to continue to look at. So she did a great job with us. It's just not something that she wanted to continue to do. So we put the dock out to bid, and we received no bids when we put it out to bid. There is one contractor that was interested in pursuing it but didn't bid, so we're going to put it back out on the street. Bid opening for this time will be July 20th. This will be the third time we've tried to bid out the dock. I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll get a good bid on that bid when we open it on July 20th. The fire chief recommended and I instituted a burn ban on our beaches for July. Typically, folks that are participating in the dip net fishery have fires down on the beach, but because of the high fire danger and the lack of folks that we can bring in, if we do have any sort of fire, we put a burn ban for the month of July down there. And the last thing I have is bluff erosion. I talked to the Corps today. We executed our end of the 221 MOU, sent it off to them. They routed it to their commander last Thursday, and they're expecting signature on that probably early next week. And that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the city manager? Councilmember Peterkin?
Yeah, I have two questions, one on the dock and then one on the burn ban. So, and maybe I see Scott left, but I'm assuming when we bid stuff, it goes to like the plans room and AGC and gets well advertised.
Yes.
Okay, and then, okay, well, that answered that question. And then, I don't know, this is the first time I thought about the burn ban. I think that we should allow fires down where there's no trees and stuff, but I know we got grass and things, so I'm sure you put some thought into it and talk to the fire department.
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Peterkin, you know, the concern that we have, particularly during DipNet, is a lot of times there's unattended fires. You know, they'll get up close to the dunes and they'll start a fire, and then they'll go out and they'll start fishing and they'll forget about the fire. And so you get those unattended fires that have that possibility of catching, especially if the dunes are really dry, catch that grass on fire and you can have a problem. So fire chief felt very strongly that this year that we should put a burn ban in place for at least July.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just to follow up, I would like you guys, just from me, I don't know from the council, but maybe just think of a way, because people come down here and camp on the beach. They want to have a beach fire. And I know there's, like, surely we could put maybe a 50-foot setback from the grass or something that just maybe reconsider that. So that's my 2 cents.
Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, I concur with Mr. Peterkin. Maybe, I don't know how you get, and when people are down here dipping, the last thing they want to do is go through a bunch of rules and regs, but, maybe a small fire, or you have a charcoal fire in your barbecue, or they have these little metal containers that you can put a fire in, but I like Mr. Peterkin's idea that no burning within a certain distance of the grass. But I'm not giving advice or direction. I'm just saying that maybe we can just have a little forbearance there. But I'll leave it to your good offices to decide. Thank you.
Councilmember Navarre?
Yeah, I I think, you know, a lot of our own residents use the dip net fishery and, you know, to not be able to, I mean, have a little fire. I don't know that this is any different of a year than some of the other years. I mean, the fishery's been going on for a number of years, so I'd certainly like them to look at that policy a little closer. And at least if it's real dry or there's an issue, then they can close it. But if there isn't, I don't see the point in doing that.
Mr. Ostrander.
I could. So this does mirror the fact the state just extended the burn ban statewide through at least the month of July, if not further. And in talking to Chief Pryor, one of his primary concerns is that if you look at where the dunes are located, they're located directly next to these draws that go up to the residential neighborhoods of the city. So that's the concern, is it catches that and then it spreads into those draws and up into the residential areas. And this is from the fire professional, which I tend to defer to generally unless I feel strongly otherwise. So that, just more information on how we came up with that decision.
Is that something that can be revisited if we get some rainy weather?
Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
it could, yeah.
Because I'm thinking when it's, you know, some people like fires when it's in the evenings in the summer, even on nice evenings, but when it's cold and damp, they might appreciate a fire too, and I think be more useful for them then, but. Councilmember Glendenning.
Just a question, the burn ban, it allows warming fires, right?
It does.
And that's what we're talking about here, is warming fires. I'm not talking about bonfires or, okay, so maybe we could, you know, put some sideboards on fire design. I don't know. It's a thought.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, if I took my if I lived in Anchorage or Wasilla or Fairbanks or someone, and come to Kenai and had my weekend planned on the beach and wanted to have just a small fire with my kids or roast marshmallows and dip net or whatever, I just think that's a pretty strong, I mean, I don't know, you know, maybe their plan is to cook hot dogs on the beach with their kids, and if we could just allow some way, I think there could be, we patrol that beach with the police officer, and if we just said, maybe put a sign, hand them when they go down, fires have to be maybe 100 feet, or we put out some stakes, only fires past here or something. I don't want to make it too difficult, but make it safe. I mean, I get if the dunes caught fire, there is a road between where it goes up, but I mean, we have an amazing fire department, and I think that if it's done right, like if you do it maybe 75 feet, I don't know, Tony can figure it out. I mean, just make it so it can be done safe and people can have their little warming fire and hot dogs and marshmallows.
So are we giving do you need direction, Paul, or, I mean?
Yeah, if council feels strongly that we should allow fires, I will reverse my decision.
Okay, Councilmember Next then.
I wouldn't go against the recommendation of our fire professional, Tony, if that was his recommendation. And July is probably one of our warmest months, and there's other ways of warming up, and if it's been a problem, I don't think we should do it. I don't know that you brought it up, and I appreciate that, but I don't think I've heard from anyone saying that they feel like they've been disenfranchised down there without being able to have a fire, you know? And so it wouldn't be my recommendation.
So would they still be able to use like charcoal grills and hibachis and those sorts of things?
Yeah, those barbecues would be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
How about a little fire ring that you can buy at the welding shop? Yeah, you've negotiated with a teenager, so I mean, I'm not that far away, am I?
I think that would be considered a warming fire, so probably would not be allowed.
No, you can allow warming fires, right?
No, that's what,
With the state?
that's what he's answering there. That's Councilmember Navarre.
Yeah, I'm confused. I thought the statewide ban that was talked that warming fires are allowed. And yet we're gonna not allow them with our fire ban that you made an argument goes along with the state and why they're doing it. That's where I think our discussion has gone is, are we being too restrictive with our fire marshal saying a fire ban? Maybe, did he specifically say no warming fires or well, he did, because he said you can't have any fires on the beach. You know, if you ever need a warming fire, it's on the beach, as well as been stated, to cook hot dogs or whatever. Again, it's not that I'm want to go against the fire chief. It's just that I just don't see the overbearing, and especially this year with people. You cancel the 4th of July. You cancel this. You cancel that. Now we're going to cancel their hot dog and marshmallows on the beach. You know, I just see it causing, you know, people just getting, wow, you know, and especially if it's July and it's raining and they got a fire going and they get told, put it out, you know, so I'm willing to take a vote on this one if we have to give direction to the administration, but.
Mr. Bloom, do we have a fine in our city code for unattended fires? Just out of curiosity.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. There is no fine, but the city code does provide, there's certain parts of the beaches that are automatically closed to fires anyway. There's also a strict prohibition on burning pallets or other materials with wood. Code then says that the city manager may temporarily close beaches or portions thereof to open fires. Causes for such temporary closures include but are not limited to conditions creating high fire dangers, health hazards, public safety, health or welfare. Any temporary closure described in this section authorized by the city manager must be reported to the council at the next council meeting after the temporary closure takes effect. And that temporary closure instituted by the city manager cannot exceed 30 days.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Councilmember Peterkin.
What I would, if I could just make a recommendation, I think Paul can take this to Tony and share your concerns and probably come up with a solution. I don't think you guys need to vote. I think it's pretty clear what you want and that Paul and Tony can work on something.
Very good, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think we've kind of made ourselves clear. Any other questions of the city manager? Seeing none, we'll go to the city attorney, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Members of council, I have nothing to report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the city attorney? Seeing none, good luck over in the Bay. With that, we'll go to our city clerk, Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of council. I neglected to tell you a couple of weeks ago that if you wanted to put a ballot proposition on the ballot for this year, it needs to be adopted by August 5th. So any resolutions would need to be considered at the July 15th meeting or the August 5th meeting, and anything that was an ordinance would need to be introduced at the next meeting. And as I mentioned previously, working with the borough clerk to see how we can send absentee by mail applications to all the voters. And I'll also look into options for marketing or getting the word out for other alternative voting options, voting early or other options. And then it was mentioned earlier to try to work with the state on what they're doing for their elections, and the clerks asked the state during one of our weekly phone calls that AML has been hosting with the clerks statewide, the director of elections has been occasionally joining us, and they were asked if they could help us out as well. Signatures are required for a lot of these things, and so they're tying into the DMV, and their signatures on file at the DMV are sufficing as the signatures, and we don't have access to that. And it was too late to allow the municipalities to join in on their electronic application process and such. So that currently isn't an option, so I just wanted to let you guys know that. And that is all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And Councilmember Glendening.
Yeah, well, that discussion, provides a potential path forward. If we can tuck in with the state on certain election protocols or applications, that would be, be cost effective. And if communication breaks down one meeting, we can bring it up again. We're trying to get through this election, but it's the future elections out that we're really concerned with for anything that we're discussing in our packet now. So we're trying to survive October, and I think the clerks are coming up with a good plan and a good start, and we'll learn from that. So we have time, and thank you.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, so, Jamie, just to be clear, like, if the referendum or whatever, if the borough puts it on their ballot, we can still see how our city voted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Any other questions of the city clerk? Seeing none, we'll move. Additional public comment. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to address the council at this time? Seeing or hearing none, we'll move to council comments and start with maybe Miss Petty at the back of the room there.
Yes, I just want to say that I'm thankful that I'm American and live in America, and hope everyone has a wonderful 4th of July. And we do have a Saturday market on the 4th of July here in Kenai, and I hear that there's going to be some wonderful activities down there. So there's still opportunities to safely celebrate in our community. So everyone, thank you for the evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarre.
I too want to tell everybody to celebrate the 4th of July, even though unfortunately most of the parades are all canceled. But find a way to enjoy it, and I will not be at the next meeting in person, so I'll either be on Zoom or by the phone. Because at this point I'm anticipating traveling out of state. That probably ends my comments for tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Glendening.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for the lively discussions tonight. Sometimes we got a little unfocused, but we have our city attorney, and Paul's a good mediator, and Henry's a voice of reason, and the Vice Mayor Malloy lines us out with cogent comments. So I'm very happy with it. Just let Peterkin and I run wild, and we'll extend these meetings a little bit. But to get off to a little more serious thing, we had the discussion about the Spur Motel and stuff. There's other structures and buildings in our town that are abandoned, neglected, in disrepair, and maybe when you get back, Paul, I'll have a short list of 5 or 6 that maybe could be looked at. I'm talking about buildings that the roofs are caving in, or have obviously not been used for a while, or maybe some fire damage, things like that. Not a big list, but be fairly obvious to make some determination as to if they meet code, and maybe a path going forward with the observations. And Scott left. over at Beacon, the fire training, is that going to be up and running soon? I noticed they had a trial run over there the other day with our local fire department. I saw a little bit of smoke, and they got their burners lined out. I'm just wondering, when we're going to have classes and stuff again, and we'll probably know in July when this COVID thing is over. And that's all I have right now.
Do you have any insight on the fire training, Paul?
Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Glendenning, I'm not sure what Beacon's schedule is for July classes, but it's ready for them to go. So they could be conducting class now. I'm just not sure what sort of restrictions or what they're dealing with as far as COVID and what their class schedules look like.
Yeah, I've been asked by a couple of folks, when it arises to 3, then I make a little more fuss about it. But it's a wonderful opportunity for our city, and next year for sure we'll leverage it and bring some money to the town. Thank you.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just appreciate everyone's input and hope everybody has a good 4th of July. And thank you for the meeting.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I wish everybody to have a fun, personal 4th of July celebration, and no other comments.
Councilmember Naxton.
Happy 4th of July, thanks.
Thank you. Before we get our next agenda item, is there anybody you'd like to have available for the executive session, Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. If I could have Terry Eubank and Scott Bloom available.
Okay, very good. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to convene the City Council, City of Kenai, into executive session to consider a plan for utilizing resiliency funding pursuant to AS 4432-310 C13, a matter of which the immediate knowledge may have an adverse effect upon the finances of the city, and a matter by which law, municipal charter, or ordinance are required to be confidential, and request the attendance as needed of the city manager, city attorney, and finance director.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion to adjourn, convene into executive session? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Peterkin?
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre?
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning?
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yes.
Motion passes.